Good morning, everybody. John Ellis with Political Revolution TV, and this is From Privilege to Promise. We are bringing you live from Longmont, Colorado, and we've got a lot of amazing speakers this morning. I am still getting some things set. We're waiting on the opening speaker, which is Red Feather Woman. She's Native American, and she's going to open this ceremony for us, the Symposium. And I want to say hi really quick to my family out there. My dad will be speaking at this today, and hopefully my sister and maybe my brother and Kayleigh and a bunch of the family are watching. And hi, everybody. I know you probably don't get here very often, but this is politicalrevolution.tv, and this is what we do. So you can see it's buffering a little bit from our live view solo, and we'll be kicking in. I'll be tracking the hashtag #OurRevolution unless we come up with something better. Privilege to Promise doesn't seem to be going, but if you guys want to get that cranking on Twitter, that would be great. And then I will track that hashtag with your questions and comments. And this is the main cover. I just want to thank our sponsors: Live View Solo, Reader Supported News, Switchboard Live. And we've got a lot of main speakers. Lee Moon Wah is the main keynote speaker today. And that will happen right after Red Feather Woman. And then they'll, around 4 o'clock Mountain, break out into individual groups. And hopefully we'll be bringing you Dan Benavidez and Mike Butler live to talk about the belonging revolution. My father is also speaking. We'll be capturing that. And you can see my my set without... There's the full set, everybody. You can see the garage in the background. One of these days, Laura, I'm going to have somebody else do that before I get there, you know. You do? I do. All right, I am gonna also attempt to create a Facebook live stream of this, everybody, because, you know, it's Facebook, which helps spread the message. That's why we do this, is amplification. This information needs to get out. Corporate media isn't gonna cover this. Corporate media doesn't care about what communities are doing to grow stronger together, to heal a nation that is obviously divided for many reasons. So we just want to thank everybody involved with this, the Mind and Soul Symposium. And this is, we've got Red Feather Woman, opening ceremony and blessing, keynote speakers Lee Moon Wah, and then we've got a workshop starting at 2:30 Mountain with Lee Moon Wah, and that stops at around 4 o'clock, and then 4:15 is community sessions, and that will be the breakout. So that's what we have going on there. We're just waiting for this to kick in. And I want to thank our volunteers, Mickey San Miguel and Eric Parsons, for being out there with us, and Charlie with the church for helping us. It takes a lot of people to make this happen, especially when you're not a billion-dollar network who can just send a crew out there to do whatever. So I want to thank all the volunteers, and Laura, who's in here and hang out with me. Hi, Laura. And Scott, who's in here helping us get the tech done. Scott, who's, you know, his eyeballs are better. He just got his eyeballs fixed. It's good. We are just waiting for this to start. I'm going to cut over to that screen because you guys probably rather look at that than me. And like I said, we'll run some hashtags, and I'll start that in the lower third here in a minute. Thank you for joining us on politicalrevolution.tv, where our revolution continues. Hey everybody, I'm coming right back with you. I've got Mickey San Miguel on phone, and he's just kind of telling us what's going on because this keeps buffering, but they haven't started yet, right, Mickey?
That's right. Yeah. So what we have is Red Feather Woman's actually walking up to the mic right now, but there's a table and some merchandise, sign-in sheet. That's where she was hanging out at. That's where the crowd is right now. Yeah, and they'll probably move towards this grassy area that you see to to watch Red Feather Woman open up here. But nothing going on yet. We're not missing anything.
All
Um,
right.
things still looking good, you guys.
Thank you so much for being out there, Mickey, and volunteering your time to bring us this.
No doubt. Thank you guys, and thank you everybody for tuning in. We appreciate it.
All right. That's Mickey San Miguel. I've killed your audio there, Mickey. You're free to go. Um, yes. And so yeah, we'll just keep an eye on this and watch for it to show up, and I will keep refreshing because it does keep buffering there. We're getting an well, no, she will be. Not that she actually was. She's over at the table. Um, oh. Well, let's see here. Yeah, that's a good point. Hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey, if you can hear me, need to check that solo shot. We're not getting. It's not coming through, my friend. Need to check that. All right, we'll be right back with you as soon as we get this shot figured out, everybody. All right, everybody, and we're back. Got that figured out.
Of course.
That's always fun. Thank you, Mickey, for helping with the tech. There's our beautiful shot from the live view solo. And I've got audio in there right now. Red Feather Woman is just talking to people, signing some autographs. She was over at a table to the left there, and she'll be up. And they said 5 minutes, and that was at least 2 minutes ago. So should be up very soon. Now maybe I can take a look at some of those comments coming through. All right, it took me a while, but I finally have your comments in front of my face. So hi, everybody. Melissa H., Dank Sinatra, Eco Sutra, Golden Knight 01, Lyle C., My Sparta Pictures Kitty. Hi, everybody. Laura Live and Good. Nice to have you here. Thank you for being here. Please share this out. This is just a fantastic thing. Thank you for being here this morning. I know there are many other things you could be doing to help save your planet on this beautiful Saturday. How's the weather affecting you? Up here in the Pacific Northwest, we've had, I guess, typhoon weather, because that's what we get, typhoons. Lots of rain, heavy wind. But it's warm, so I can't complain. And what's the Pharaoh class? It's an interesting term. I agree with you, Laura. Hillary would have stolen the election regardless of WikiLeaks because their machine is the machine. I still have you muted, so don't worry. Do you want to talk? You can if you want. All right. Well, I put you on. You want to rant about that? You want to tell everybody? All right. So Laura just wants you all to know that she's tired of everybody talking about WikiLeaks. Just wants you to get over it. Get over it. It's no, that's not. she's yelling at me in the background. That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. No. All right. Now she wants to see what happens when you try to reframe somebody's words. They're like, that's not what I said. Please let me tell what I said. And the government does that with us all the time. All right, Laura, state your mind.
Yeah, careful. Yeah, I am. What I'm tired of is the false hope that anything that comes out in WikiLeaks is going to make any difference at this point. Because anybody who would do anything, anybody who would press charges, anyone who would take action is part of Hillary's machine. And
yep. Hey, they're starting.
So And it's like, but it's good. I mean, it's very reaffirming to find that everything that we have thought has been going on, for this election year, was going on, and probably exactly the way we kept saying it was.
Yeah.
And yet it still doesn't seem to be making any difference. Not that it can't reach some kind of critical mass at some point, but boy, they've got it controlled coming and going as far as the narrative around it.
True.
And
So
we'll talk
true.
a lot more about that on the slideshow tomorrow. Russians,
Oh, nice plug.
etc.
Nice plug.
Thank you.
We will. This is the year of transparency for the government, whether they wanted it or not, right?
Yeah. In fact, I'm going to share the slides.
If you are coming in right now and you have not registered, there will be an opportunity for you to register after our opening ceremony. So please just come and gather.
Just so everybody knows, there's a lot more people at this event than they had originally expected or planned for. They got a lot of people showing up for this, so it's starting a little late, but we're really glad that they have a whole bunch of people. What were you saying, Laura?
Nothing.
Sorry.
I'm reading comments. I can't read and talk at the same time.
I understand. Everybody, we're just going to... What?
I do want to know what Iko Sudra about the Pharaoh class. Is that like the Hunger Games people, like at the very tippy top? What does that mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and that makes sense. They consider themselves gods above the law. It's true.
Oh, I like this. Am I still on?
Yeah. Yeah, you're still on.
Sorry.
You're screwed now.
A little light. No, I like what Iko just said. The 2016 presidential election will be remembered as the last spasm of energy from the religious right before its overdue death. I like that.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I just turned you up. You're even louder now.
Wow. Everybody, I'm going to post a link to the event so you can see who all the speakers are.
Good morning.
We're starting with Red Feather
Yeah, they're
Woman.
starting.
Glorious morning, isn't it? Who ordered this? Thanks be to God. Rose ordered it. It's wonderful to see you all here this morning in this golden time, in this golden day. I'm Reverend Joanne Buchanan Brown. I'm the current pastor here at the United Church of Christ, Longmont, and I welcome you warmly to be with us this day. We have a marvelous time planned for you in this event, Privilege to Promise, and I think you're going to be blessed all day and into the evening as well. I want to thank all who have prepared this event, who have worked on it behind the scenes, the Mind and Soul team, as well as many other folks who helped make this happen today. Of course, as well as our special guests. It takes a village, for an event. I also want to invite you to think about coming tomorrow for 9 o'clock discussion of what you might be experiencing today so that we can process together at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, right in here in our fireside room. And then join us for worship at 10:15 when we will carry on this theme of privilege to promise, diversity, all those things that are part of this. So in preparation now to preface this time together, we want to be with you in ritual and ceremony, to bless this space and this time. And before we even do that, I would ask you to just look around at each other. All those comrades with you on the journey here today as we enter into this holy conversation, this holy time. Beautiful. So let us take a breath now. Let's take a breath of spirit, calm our hearts and our minds to be present. And now let us be blessed as we ground ourselves, center place to have conversation. So with that, I would like to introduce our guest this morning, our guest, international storyteller and musician, who has two names, Red Feather Woman. She is also known as Rose Red Elk. She is from the Fort Peck Reservation in the northeast region of Montana, and you are in for a special treat. We thank you, Rose, for being here. Let us welcome.
Thank you so much. I am so honored to be here today. So what I'd like to do to open our blessing is to do a special prayer. So as you be centered and grounded yourself, are ready to bring in the Spirit, our ancestors, the Creator, at this time. So if you would just, Grandfather, thank you for this glorious day, for this opportunity to gather as human spirits and unite as one. Bless this ground and this event, the facilitators and the organizers for all of their work and love that they have put into this wonderful event. Bless those who are not with us this day, or those who are en route, that will do so in safely. We call upon the powers of the East, the spirits of the South, the West, the North, the Earth, and the heavens. As we form the circle, we understand that we are spirit beings on this planet, on this earth walk, learning to live and to love and to understand one another in our differences, that we will be able to live in harmony and peace and be examples for the others that we touch. For we are tiny lights that shine in the darkness, and in this light shows the brightness and the faith and hope for tomorrow and for our future generations. Bless each and every one of us this day as we walk and the speakers throughout the event. We'll all be safe, happy, walk in light and love. I hope. Thank you. So, I am a storyteller, singer-songwriter, and author. I have traveled around the world extensively to third world countries, taking this story in particular that is so very important and vital at this time. I was given this story years and years ago, but I have to tell you, I grew up in East Texas, because I always get asked, because they hear my accent, and people will say, "You're from Montana? Well, you don't sound like an Indian." And I always have to laugh, because I'm going, okay, what does that mean? Okay. And are you a real Indian? And I'm going, no, I'm artificial. So I have an accent, because we were from East Texas to my reservation throughout my life. So I've been on this journey, still learning, still going to my reservations, still learning about my culture. It's an ongoing, wonderful journey, and you're never, ever too old to learn who you are, or your genealogy. So many now, in this day and time, they'll come and they'll just find out that they're a part Native American, maybe 3 or 4 generations back, and they gravitate to that and they love it and they want to know more. Because our ancestors and our elders and the medicine people tell us that our ancestors live within us. And genetically, and scientists talk about quantum physics and how everything is alive, everything. And we have to laugh, because the Native Americans, the ancient ones, always knew we were connected. All things are connected, and all living things have a spirit. So quantum physics, when we first time I heard that, and heard what, after I've done some because I've seen a lot of documentaries and always been fascinated with physics. I'm going, oh my, they finally got it. Well, this is a good thing. It's better late than never, right? So the story I'm going to share with you is the medicine wheel story and the colors. I talk about the colors because they encompass so many, all of our nations in the world. Long before the Europeans come to this continent, our ancestors and the medicine people knew that we were all connected. They could travel when they slept with their spirits, and even in a meditation state, they could travel to other parts of the world. And they could see that there were other nations and other people. They saw the white man, they saw the black man, and they saw the yellow man. Creator told them that each one of these nations has a gift. If they do not abuse this gift and they honor it, they will be able to help their nations and all the nations of the world. The white man is keeper of the fire. He is the one that has caused boom, bang, things that can destroy, things that can hurt and maim us. But fire is also a healing element, is it not? We need it for purification, cleansing. It warms our bodies. Much, much good for fire. The black man in Africa, in Australia, especially Australia, and many, many parts of Africa, the desert. The ancient people there, the Aborigine people, know how important water is to us. They know how to find it, utilize it, and understand that we have to have it because water is giver of life, is it not? It's a true fact that it's the turn of the century of, well, I guess it was the 19th century, there was an African American scientist, a doctor, who actually started developing the knowledge of plasma, started researching the fluids of the body. Our bodies are made up of, 75 to 90% water? Keepers of the water, the black man. And it was prophesied in the 90s when an elder, a good friend of mine by the name of Don Poyas, brought together these elders from all over and medicine people from across the lands, Canada, Australia, Africa, and put them in a room and asked them if they would have insight or had visions or prophecies for the 21st century that was coming in. And they said that many things would be revealed still about water. And they also said that the women would be the ones leading the tribes and other nations all throughout the world to take a stand, because the women could feel with their hearts, and they could feel and see with their minds, whereas male only saw with his mind. So we're seeing this in this modern days. Black man, keeper of the water. The yellow man, from the far east, keepers of the air. Ancient wisdom of understanding mind over matter, giving us yoga, meditation, centering, breath. Without breath, we would not be alive. That's the whole determining factor whether you're still on this earth walk, if you're still breathing. The yellow man, keeper of the air. So what I'd like to teach you just a little bit about the keepers of the air that I've learned in my travels as well. You know, especially when I go to schools, I'll say, well, you ever get mad? And they'll laugh. And I go, what is the first thing you do when you get mad? And they didn't think about it really. And I said, your best, and sometimes stop your feet and you get so mad because you're angry. Well, what about when you're scared? What do? They gotta look, and I go, you go like that because you're scared. And if you're nervous, really nervous, what do? You hold your breath. You have to breathe. Deep breath. Because you had to take oxygen to that brain to keep, it could calm you down, it could save your life. So, humor me, if you would. Those that are sitting on the bench, please back straight. Back straight, feet on the ground, and those that are on the ground, if you would, just we're grounding here. So I'd like for you to close your eyes, and in the center, take a really deep breath, and let it out very slowly. Take another deep breath, let it out slowly. This third breath, I want you to think of a very happy thought that makes you smile. And as you inhale and let it out, hold that thought of happiness that makes you smile. Continuing to take the breath, let it out slowly. Okay, now you can open your eyes. See what that did? I don't know if you felt it, but I always have to do this, especially when I get really stressed. Oh, and none of us ever get stressed, right? Keepers of the air, the yellow man, the red man, North, South, Central America, and other parts of this earth are the red man, keepers of the earth. My ancestors understood that mother means giver of life. She gives us everything that we have. The food that we eat, the water we drink, the air that we breathe, our clothes, cotton, the medicine herbs are from Mother Earth, oil, gasoline, the wind, gold, diamond, turquoise, all comes from Mother. She, in a snap of a finger, could destroy us. Powerful spirit. She is out of balance. She is sad, but she told the Creator that she would never destroy us because she still had faith in the human beings. We, as keepers of the earth, it's our responsibility to understand that we're all connected in all things. We believe all living things have a spirit, and what you do to the earth, you do to your own self. It's important to understand, too, that the medicine wheel is round. We believe no beginning, no end. Our lives are circles, so the circle is very sacred to indigenous people. When we're born, we live, and then we leave this planet in a completely cycle. All nations have a gift. White man is keeper of the fire. Black man is keeper of the water. The yellow man is keeper of the air. And the red man is keeper of the earth. Now, we are no longer a pure race. There's not that many. I'm almost full blood. But there's many of us have a lot of these colors in your genealogy and in your genetics. I am white and red. I know some people have all of these colors in their genealogy, and I always say how blessed you are to have all of those wonderful gifts in your life because you're special. We're all special, unique human beings. All have a gift and a place on this planet. We all have something for each other. And it's my responsibility as a Lakota, Nakota woman to share this knowledge with all human spirits. So with that being said, now, I, as a storyteller and a singer-songwriter, what I do is I tell a story and then I sing a song about that story. I'm a folk singer. I've won a couple of awards and I've traveled around and do all kinds of things. And I will tell you that I'm on television now on CPT 12, PBS, and the FNX station, which is the First Nation Experience, First American Indian Programming in the States. So my Keepers of the Earth video is on there. And then next year I'll have a 2-part series on PBS Channel 12 here in Denver and FNX. 2 30-minute segments with stories and music. So look for that next year. So I'm very, very happy to be able to share these in a much larger spectrum. So a song is next. How many singers do we have out there? Everybody raise your hands. You're all singers. You sing in the shower, right? Sing when you're driving the car or when you don't think anybody's listening. So I wrote this song many, many years ago when I was at Texas A&M University. I graduated from there from 95 and moved to Colorado to be a lawyer, and that didn't happen. And then I ended up starting FIT, which has been awesome. But while I was at A&M and traveled up north to Spokane, Washington, it was an environmental conference, but it was also ACES, American Indian Science and Engineering Society.
national conference. 5,000 human beings, young and old, and all different sizes and shapes and ages, mostly young. And an elder from that area spoke, was one of the keynotes. And he actually touched me because he cried tears of sadness because he said they were tearing away forest and not replenishing. They were damming some rivers and the salmon could not come up and spawn. And he looked out to the youth and he said, it's up to you to make a difference. We have to, because you're a keeper of the earth. And so I was inspired in the airplane coming back and wrote this little song, a simple song that is very powerful and magical, and so I would ask you if you would help me sing it. So I'll sing a verse, you'll sing a chorus, and of course I'm going to teach you the words and the melody here. Turtle's going to sing with us or not. I might have to take it off. All right, so the chorus goes like this. We are the keepers of the earth. So repeat after me, please. We are the keepers of the earth, a heritage given to us through birth. Creator took us by the hand and said, this is our land. Okay, so this is the melody. We are the keepers of the earth, a heritage given to us through birth. Creator took us by the hand and said, this is our land. Got that? But yeah. All right, so let's practice, okay? How about that? We are the keepers of the earth, a heritage given to us through birth. Creator took us by the hand and said, this is our land. One day my journey took me far. What I saw left with me a scar. The air so full of dirt and smog, and my brothers the birds could not sing their song. We are the keepers of the earth, a heritage given to us through birth. Creator took us by the hand and said, this is our land. And as I flew through the air and tried not to be despaired, I watched the river fell to flow, and my brothers the fish with no place to go. We are the keepers of the earth, a heritage given to us through birth. Creator took us by the hand and said, this is our land. And as I watched the tears form in his eyes, the elder spoke of a land he knew as a child. And he cried to the youth, it's up to you to help your people and see our Mother Earth.
the keepers of the earth, a heritage given to us at birth. Creator took us by the hand and said, this is our land. One more time. We are the keepers of the earth, a heritage given to us at birth. Creator took us by the hand and said, this is our land. Pilamai. Give yourself a round of applause. Good job. I think I have time for another story. This story is very, very important to the Plains Indians especially, and this is a story of where our sacred pipe comes from. Now, how many of you ever heard the word peace pipe? Well, we call it La Chanupa, and this is the pipe that it was given to our people ancient times ago. And this is the story where this pipe comes from. And we still use this pipe in ceremony. And it's a very, very important part of our culture with the Plains Indians. It was a time of famine. There was no food, no water, nothing. Weeks and weeks were going by, and the people were surely going to starve. So the medicine people and the elders gathered together, and they talked about what they could do, and they said, we have to have food or we're going to starve. Let's send 2 of our bravest warriors out to find game, to bring it back to us. And so they called 2 of the bravest warriors. One warrior had a really good heart. Good family, was raised by his father and his uncles and knew how to hunt, and he was a great hunter. The other warrior was equal as far as his skills, but he was angry. His father had been killed early in life, and he was raised between his aunts and his uncle. But still, he was strong and brave, but his heart was not as bright. As they were told, to the plains and on beyond, trying to find food. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, nothing. And they were getting very, very tired and not knowing what to do next. The warrior with the dark heart said, oh, let's go back. There's no food, there's no game, nothing here. And the other warrior said, no, we were told not to return until we had something. But I feel strange. Do you feel that? That sensation? Somebody's watching us. And the warrior with the dark heart said, no, your imagination is really, really going wild today. Let's go back. And the warrior with the good heart said, no. And at that moment, this was on the going into the 4th day, he looked up into the heavens, and these big clouds were forming. And as he could see, it looked like a buffalo. And he looked again in the clouds, and it was this beautiful woman with long black hair way past her feet, and white skin, radiant in the sun, and so beautiful as she was ascending from the heavens. The warrior with the dark heart, as soon as he saw her, all he saw was beauty. All he saw was how absolutely ravishing she was. And when he had these thoughts were not so pure, this big dark cloud completely consumed him. And when that cloud went away, there was nothing left. He was just skeletons there, which only left the warrior with the good heart. Terrified, he thought he was next. He was going to die. And as she ascended and got closer, she got to him, and she said, do not be afraid. Creator has something for your people. But you must go back and tell them to prepare in ceremony for 4 days, and I will return. Hurry, go now. So he took off all the way back to his camp. And as he got to the camp, he said, told them that the white buffalo calf woman had come, and she was coming back in 4 days, and she would have something for them from the Creator, that they had to prepare for ceremony and send criers out all around in the different areas to tell them that the white buffalo calf woman was coming. They didn't even question. She had been part of their stories and legends for eons. What could she possibly have for them? And so they prepared diligently, all their surrounding bands. And on the 4th day, hundreds had gathered in a big circle. And even the animals were returning. If you look upon the ledge and in the mountains and the forest basins, and the animals were returning quietly. And they didn't say anything. They knew that something beautiful was about to happen. They got into the circle, and they looked and they felt up in the heavens. The clouds started gathering again, big clouds, and they could see there was a buffalo, looked like a white buffalo. And they looked again, and it was her, but this time she had a bundle in her arms. And as she ascended from the heavens into the center of the circle, she had the bundle. She kind of floated up to this warrior with a good heart, and she laid down the bundle ever so gentle, and she lifted from the bundle a pipe. And she looked to the people and to the leaders, and she said, Creator has been unhappy with you. You are not honoring your elders who have wisdom. You are not honoring your children to teach them. You are fighting on one another. Put down your weapons and fight no more. You need a tool to pray with. She held up the pipe. She said, the stem of the pipe represents the green and living things of Mother Earth. The clay from the pipe that forms the bowl represents the blood of all the people of all the world. The most important is the smoke. The smoke carries the prayers up to the Creator. And when you hold this pipe, you do so in a sacred manner. You pray to all the directions, starting with the east, the south, the west, the north. You honor the earth to the heavens. And then she handed the pipe to the young warrior. And then she did something really strange. My grandpa, when he told me the story, he said that she started doing the somersault and she was going back into the heavens, and she turned into a black buffalo to represent the black nation. She did it again, another somersault, and then she was a yellow buffalo for the yellow nation. She did it a third time. She was a white buffalo. And then the fourth, she was the red buffalo. She went over to the heavens. And from that time forth, that pipe, they prayed and they remembered those wise words from Creator and from the Spirit helpers. They flourished, they hunted, they found what they needed for many, 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 many centuries. That pipe is still intact today and is held by Orville Looking Horse. I always forget how many generations it is, but he's a descendant of the original. It was his relatives had this pipe, and it is still with us today. It's still very sacred. Well, there's many pipe carriers out in the world now. We have those that claim to be medicine men and go and do sweat lodges without any type of authority or the wisdom. I always tell people, be very, very careful about people who say and brag about being a pipe carrier. A pipe carrier is very humble, very wise, is in his community, does not only for his people, for all people. He's a man of service and for medicine. But someone who claims to have a pipe and can do these kind of things, because a true pipe carrier is gifted a pipe. You never make your own pipes. You have to earn that response. It's a lot of responsibility to be a pipe carrier. I was in a sweat lodge once, and a young man came in who brought this pipe in from Manitou Springs. He found it at this beautiful store there. And he asked the man who pours the water if he would bless this pipe for him. And he was also my cousin, Kiefer. I was the pourer of the water. And he said, very wise way, he took the pipe from this young man and he kind of held it and asked him again where he got it. And he goes, you do not have the right to have a pipe. You do not go into a store and buy a pipe and bring it into ceremony and expect me to bless it. This is not our way. This is not how you do it. You have to earn this. It is great responsibility. I know you did not know what you did, but I am here to teach you this is not the way. Great teaching lesson. So this is the story of where the pipe comes from and how we still use this today. So now I'd like to, I think I only have a few more minutes. Where's my timekeeper? Wind down? Do what? A time. Okay. So with that being said, I think we have like a 30-minute break before you go inside. I have books and I have my CDs and I have things here and my cards. I want to thank you so much. You have honored me with your presence. I am so happy that Charlie invited me here. I hope that I have enlightened and enriched and educated you just a little bit. That's my job today. Thank you again and bless you all. Sing a little song here while you guys get up and mingle around. I'm going to sing from my award-winning CD, Keepers of the Dreams. golden beam. Into the stardust dawn. Then when the dawn breaks and your night is through, morning brings a deliverance. I'll be waiting here by the starry stream. When she brings you home. Keep her around. That was from Keepers of the Dreams, and there's also a story that goes with that about the dream catcher. So I'm going to leave you with this one. This is a story for the future generations, for our children. It's a story that I was given many years ago. So that's just a story given to me in a dream many, many years ago. It's a history song, and then I finally finished it after realizing I had to walk the path to know that was happening for our future. Long ago, a proud brave rode on the open plains to hunt buffalo. Food for his family and robes for his life, clothes for his body and gifts for his bride. Hide for your life, don't let your spirit die, don't let anyone take what you desire. Those were the days of plenty, good for all. The warrior could do many, stood handsome and tall. With the wind blowing through his hair, he rode like the wind. He soared like an eagle. He was the bravest of men. Hide, warrior, ride. Don't let your spirit die. Don't let anyone take what you feel inside. As time passed by and the white man came, fear and sadness was felt. Things began to change. The buffalo was gone. as our new life begins with new things to learn. Nations must be carried on to our children. We must. Ride, young warriors, ride. Don't let your spirit die. Don't let anyone take what you desire. Let us not be sad, but learn from the past. Carry on with our future to make a nation last. So unto our youth we turn to feel the spirit of our ancestors past. Let all who will feel it ride, young warriors, ride. Don't let your spirits die. Don't let anyone take what you feel inside. Hey, Judy. How are you? What you feel inside.
A little bit about that. Yeah, because they used to think that if it goes into they used to think that it goes into the black hole, it's not information locked. Which is, again, like you said,
All right, everybody, that was Red Feather Woman performing here at the Mind and Soul Symposium. This is From Privilege to Promise. And that was the opening ceremony and blessing. And there will be about a 30-minute break, it's my understanding, as we move to the inside the church, and we will have continued, that will be the keynote speaker, Lee Moon Wah, at that point. So we are going to just cut to an overhead of some tweets and different hashtags going on. We follow No Dapple and Our Revolution.
What a wonderful
Laura, you still there with me?
wonderful way to begin this day. We are now
Oh.
gathering in the sanctuary, just right here for keynote speaker. So we're a little behind schedule, so it's lovely to see you all visiting. So where I'm going to invite you now into our sanctuary for the keynote speaker, Lehman Wah. Thank you.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you all for being here, everybody. There we go. All right, so Mickey has cut the feed on the Live View Solo. We're going to thank him for bringing that to us. And I didn't get a chance to say this earlier, and I want to do it now because I rarely get a chance to do this. But I did say hello to my sister and brother Matt, but I want to say hi to Renee and Emily and Maya and Miles, who are out there. And I hope you guys get a chance to watch this. This is us, the people, the 99% old people for you guys, right? We're working hard right now to save the planet, to change things so that you guys will have a decent place to live. This is all part of that. This is part of the healing process of human beings, right? Figuring out how we reconnect, understanding the differences that we have in this nation in particular, right? We seem to be a little farther behind the social construct than many other nations in terms of evolving to work together to do something awesome besides knuckle drag and kill each other, which is what we've been really good at for a long time. So Miles and Maya and Emily and Renee, and I just want to say, you guys, I hope that you have a wonderful, bright future, because we are working really hard now to fix a lot of stuff that a lot of other old people did that was really bad. That's what we're doing. Just had to say it. Had to get it out there. Never get a chance. So we got about 30 minutes. Laura, is there anything I need to know? Anything going on? having a conversation about karma in chat. Let me see what we've got here going on. Yeah, it was great. It was good music. It's wonderful. I didn't know that about the pipe. That's a cool story. It just, I'm just going to say this. As a young white bread boy growing up in suburban Colorado, in the 70s, the Americanized, and I mean white man Americanized, the Indian stuff was everywhere. And what I remember as a kid, out of all of that, okay, and I was in Boy Scouts and Cub Scouts, and I liked that because I like camping, I like nature, I like going out and learning things and exploring. It was much more interesting to me than sitting in a classroom on my ass. Right? Boring. But my mom wasn't as interested in there's a lot of stuff going on in the suburbs about people wanting to dress American Indian and let's go buy some fake, Indian stuff and that. My mom was more interested in the flowers, and she bought Rocky Mountain Wildlife handbook, flower handbook. And I think my sister still has it, but my mom filled that thing with notes. And we used to go hiking in the Rocky Mountains. She'd go, I know what that is. Oh, what's this? Let's look that up. And as kids, you're like, come on, Mom, it's flowers. But I now cherish those times and think about that. And I know my sister still has that book somewhere. So anyway, I just want to tell you that about that. That's what I remember about nature and Native Americans and the time in the past when we took what we liked, kind of like religion. We took what we liked and dissed all the other stuff that we thought, forget about that stuff. Anyway, just had to share that. All right, looks like we have the shot coming up in the, there they are right now. They got the solo back on. It's going to be a few more minutes, though, because I've got to bring everybody inside. So I've got that audio jacked in already. Fantastic job by Mickey and Eric. I just want to say they're just badasses. I don't think I could explain just how stressful it is to put together something like this, especially with shipping technology around, getting in the hands of people who may or may not know what to do with it. I mean, this, and we're talking volunteers. People, you got to work for a living, you got other things to do, right? That's what makes this our revolution, that we have to do it, all the parts, the hard parts. And without volunteers like Mickey and Eric and Charles and everybody else out there putting this together, right? This isn't a profit venture for the church. This is a inform the electorate adventure, right? That's why we're broadcasting. If you want to help us out, patreon.com/John Ellis. That's just really helping to keep the lights on. We've got, maybe he's starting already.
We're going to get started with it. One of the reasons why we're starting a little later today is to break the Asian myth that Asians always start with.
All right, Mickey, if you can hear me, I think we're still on ambient audio. We're going to try to get that fixed, everybody. We'll let this run. But the audio is ambient. We're going to try to get that changed right now.
So, what I'd like to do is, how many of you think that it's really important and valuable to learn about people who are different, things that are different than you? So what I'd like to do is, I have up here a table. And you can either keep staring at it from your distance. But if you happen to be over 50 years old, it's harder to see the table. At least read the titles. How do you know what I'm talking about? So one day you're going to be able to read or find out what's on that table. You didn't have to stand up and you want to take a look. In other words, one of the first steps to diversity is being curious. So if you are, you can come on up. Also, if you notice on the piano, I have a box, it's a raffle box. And today I will be giving away some of my films that are worth over $2,000, at least in my mind. And my books and my writings, we'll be giving them away freely. In fact, there will also be a box that has 1,000 questions that people tell their nice are afraid to ask each other. And those will be given away. And also, for the first something like 75 people, put their name, email, in that box, or your business card, you will get a free DVD of all my films, including when I was on Oprah Winfrey in 1995. So only 75 people will be lucky, or maybe something that Samuel Clemens, otherwise known as Mark Twain, once said is, you can't win if you don't play. Or my mother used to say, if you don't play, you won't lose. But anyway, do come on up. The box is up here. There are little pieces of paper as well as pens. And do come up and take a look at my table. And you can ask me questions because I will be at the table. Okay? Great.
They're just, right now, this is just part of his process. They're just walking up the table, doing something, getting a registration or signing something. I think it has somebody with access to some of his material online. Everybody. Sorry we missed the beginning of that. Mickey was switching over from ambient audio to board audio, and now we have that jack through, so we should be able to hear everything from here on out. Much better.
What they want to name?
Only one, right? What do we want? Name and email? I think so. I just put my, huh? Can I borrow your pen? Absolutely. Here's a pen. Say your name.
Got to get in and then get out.
Yeah, you can try it. You do? Harder? What are we supposed to do?
Card or a piece of paper?
I got a pen, but I want something to write on. Otherwise, my
Okay, we're set.
Okay. Bueno. Sí.
Hey, everybody. I just want to let you know real quick what we're doing. It's just waiting for this registration process to finish up. And then I believe Lee will begin his keynote speaking. It's just, I think he's having everybody sign up for a registration list. We're a little behind schedule. That's okay. This is network television. We don't have any sponsors to worry about. I don't have to sell you anything while we're waiting. I don't have to spin a narrative to please a corporate entity.
Food's important.
Thank you for being with us in chat. As our revolution continues on
I think
Political
there's a
Revolution
hierarchy, actually.
TV.
I think love's like the desire, but like there's a...
The,
I think what you need is actually.
I can't even think of Maslow right now.
Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Can't even do it. I have heard that for 5 years and I cannot think of it. Self-actualization, that's what I was going for. Yeah, yep, got it. I watched Across the Universe for the first time this week. So good. I was obsessed. Yeah, I had never seen it and I was like, we're changing this. So it was fantastic. Yes. Yes, I have grown. How was class this week?
Good.
Oh yeah. How'd it go?
Funny you say that because I missed the open house and I desperately want to come over and see the new place. So you must be so excited.
Yeah, we are. It's a great place.
So that'd be fun.
So next Friday, we're having an open house for churches. They announced it at church Sunday. And come on in and after work, or it starts at 4:30 and we'll give tours and and then we're going to honor Royal Offer. We'll be honoring Royal on Friday.
Oh, for the RSA?
Yeah, he bequested us money too. The RSA.
I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, there's a person from this church.
Read him and talk with him a little bit. He just is so sweet. He's always so dressed up in the church. And
he was
so, never missed a Sunday. And
he died last February. And then the church got letters, 3 nonprofits got letters, and he left. He and his wife
just was faithful. He always come here and stay for the rest of the time. It's like
You're one of the beneficiaries
when they come to church.
That's still a nice church, actually.
Yeah, so we're going to honor him on Friday. Yeah, that's the biggest gift we've ever received.
Is there something going on in here?
No, he's just pointing. People are pointing at these photographs, and he's telling a story about them.
Okay.
So I don't know why that is.
There's a crowd over there, but I filled out the wrap up, and that's what I wanted. Okay, I'm good then. I'm going to go sit down now. Because we're handing you a free wrap.
Hey everybody, I just wanted to jump in for those of you who are waiting or just showed up wondering what's going on. We just had the opening ceremony for this Mind and Soul From Privilege to Promise Symposium, and that was outside. This is in Longmont, Colorado. Right now we're waiting for Lee Moon-Wah to begin his keynote presentation, and the first thing he had everybody do was come on down and fill out some kind of a registration form, maybe a contact form, so they can all keep in touch, which sounds smart to me. So we're just watching that, waiting for that to happen. I'm tracking a couple hashtags here, Our Revolution and No Dapple. If you let me know in chat on YouTube what you'd like me to track on Twitter, I can do that. And if you have anything to say in chat, let me know, and I'm happy to discuss it with you. That's what we're here for. We've got Laura Livengood working chat today. Thank you so much. We've got Scott Galindez hanging out as our live in-house pundit. Can I call you that, Scott? You get to call you that? You won't even take that? Your audio's not on, so you can yell at me all you want. And like I said, we're just waiting for this to kick in. Want to thank our broadcast partners, Live U Solo, Switchboard Live, and Reader-Supported News. And And I mean that in all the sense of partnership. We're all working together, not for the sake of profit. Okay, we're all working together for the sake of the people, for the sake of the continued revolution, for the sake of the planet, and that's what's important here. That's what matters. And this event helps spread that message. We are informing the electorate, which actually, Scott, we're going to have to talk about this on Sunday, tomorrow, the slideshow. One of the WikiLeaks emails that I found so interesting, and I don't even know who was saying it to whoever, but they basically mirror what we already know, right? They say, we wanted an uninformed electorate. We got it because we wanted compliance. And generally, for a long time, with an uninformed electorate, you get compliance. And that worked for decades. Until you drag that electorate to the point, you drag them down so low that they're like, I'm tired of being compliant with this. This sucks. Okay? And that's literally what's happened here. And so the message, and I almost think it was Bill Clinton to John Podesta in one of these emails, that said, they're non-compliant now. We got a problem.
By the way,
oh, here we go.
You can always tell when you're at a diversity workshop, the front rows aren't filled. But I do want you to know that all the prizes, the vacations, and cars will be given to all the people in the first row.
Lee Moon-Wah making a statement there. We'll cut back to him. I can rant about that later. Thank you for being here.
And this is my training center in Berkeley, California. This right here is our Japanese cottage in the backyard. And this is my backyard. In my dreams, huh? We can't hear you. Ah. We will in a moment.
Good afternoon. My name is Judy Miller. I'm an educator currently working on the Winnebago and Omaha Nation reservations in Nebraska. And I'm also a member of UCC Longmont. Today, we are gathered to listen to Lay Moon-Wah, an internationally renowned Chinese-American documentary filmmaker. An author, a poet, an Asian folkteller, an educator, a community therapist, and a master diversity trainer. I first learned about our speaker's work when I was asked to watch the video, The Color of Fear, and after I joined a talkback session. It was a life-changing event for me, which has guided my thinking ever since. This film is just one of his many accomplishments, which include Stolen Ground, that's about the experience of Asian Americans, Walking Each Other Home, part 2 of The Color of Fear, Ends on Racism, Last Chance for Eden, it's a 3-part documentary on sexism and racism, and his latest film, If These Walls Could Talk, or Halls Could Talk, I apologize. It's a documentary that focuses on college students and their dialogue about race and racism. His latest book, Let's Get Real, What People of Color Can't Say and Whites Won't Ask About Racism, was released in 2011. Moon-Wah has led and continues to lead a full life of reaching out and giving back. Please join me in giving him a warm welcome, Mr. Wah.
So, what is your name?
Doug.
Hey, Doug. So, Doug, what was it like when I walked around quietly like that?
Kind of uncomfortable.
And is that why your leg's shaking right now? Okay. And why were you uncomfortable?
Felt like you were watching us very closely.
Ooh, so you get uncomfortable when people watch you very closely? I'm a therapist. I can ask these type of questions. So there's a little nervousness around that. And what was it like for you?
It was wonderful. I thought it was a game. I was trying to figure it out.
And what was it like for you?
Uncomfortable too.
And this cool-looking gentleman here who looks nice and cool with his cap and just sitting here. And what is your name?
My name is Tim.
Tim, what was it like for you?
It was peaceful.
And what was peaceful about it for you?
We saw everyone begin to relax a little.
Ooh. So were you unrelaxed before you came in?
Coming off the road, coming out of a couple of intense days, oftentimes, yeah, a little less relaxed.
And this really cool-looking gentleman back here, what is your name?
My name's Tony.
Tony, what was it like for you when I walked around?
I felt like everybody, like you, got our attention without saying anything.
Ooh. Okay, I got everyone's attention. And what was it like for you?
I thought it was peaceful to have a moment of silence.
Okay. And what about for you? Your name is?
Kevin.
What was it like for you?
I enjoyed it, and for the first half the time, I was just stretching my neck out and feeling really good. Yeah.
Wow, he sounds like he's high. Okay. And this gentleman now right here, who's been reading, and he also carries my English name, Gary. You see, my name is Lay Menoir, and my parents took 2.5 months to find it. It means he who writes. And then the day I was born, they wrote down Gary. So Gary, do you know why?
No.
Ah. So ask me. Because they thought this country could not pronounce it. And how did he know that? Because when he came here to be processed, my father's name is Lay Hua, and they changed it to Richard. And I'm a nationally known phoneticist, and I can tell you Lay Hua and Lay Menoir are absolutely, perfectly phonetic, whereas Richard is not. What my father learned then, that to be an American, a North American, was to have an English name with no accent, if possible. So what was it like for you, Gary, when I did that, when I walked around the room quietly? What was it like for you?
It was just time for me to relax too.
Aha, so you liked it.
I was preparing myself.
You were preparing yourself for what?
What's going to happen here?
Prepared for maybe I was going to call on you, huh? You weren't prepared for that, okay. And what was it like for you?
I was very curious, and I enjoyed the stillness.
And what was it like for you? Yes.
It was really touching.
Okay, everybody raise your hand if you appreciated that I walked around quietly to see all of you. Please raise your hand if you appreciated that I actually wanted to get to know some of you. Please raise your hand if you appreciated hearing from other people. Good. So what have I told you? And that for the past 6.5 minutes, Asian people have very good biological time, is that I have been consciously and purposefully practicing sexism. So raise your hand if you saw the sexism that I did. Raise your hand. Please stand. The rest of you will be taking my night class in Diversity 102. Please remain standing. Please remain standing. Now, for those of you that did not see it, she's standing up because I'm not taking that night class. Take a look at all the people that are standing. Turn around and take a look. And what do you notice about most of the people standing? We've got a lot of pissed off women right now. So, let's find out one thing I did that was sexist. So let's start off with, your name is?
Cheryl.
So Cheryl, what is one thing you saw me do that was sexist?
You paid more attention and engaged more with the men than the female.
Actually, I paid no attention to any woman. I only paid attention and talked with men and engaged them. Please raise your hand. If you did not see that, raise your hand. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting. Please raise your hand if you did not notice that.
I noticed mostly men, but then you spoke with her. And also to her. And then, yeah, so it wasn't completely all men, but it was mostly men.
No, what I meant was, I called on them, but I did not say anything after that. That's a big difference, isn't it? You see, I can say hi and not pay attention to you at all. How many women are used to, sometimes they call on you, but they don't listen or even notice what you're saying? I see the men are squirming a bit. What else did I do that was sexist?
You didn't put the microphone?
I did not give a single woman the microphone. Only the men. Please raise your hand if you did not see that. I'm looking at this one guy, he's going, I don't know if I should do this, and there's all these women here. Did you see it? So if you saw it, then raise your hand if you didn't see it. Raise your hand high, keep it high. Because Charlie over here is taking names, even he didn't see it. What else did I do that was sexist? Let's try you right here. Your name is? Lori. What else? One more thing that I didn't do.
Those are the biggest things I noticed. I can't think of things.
These 3 other things. Ooh, Erin's ready to tell me. She's going, call me. What did I do?
You didn't ask for a single woman's name.
I did not ask a single woman her name, only the men. Please raise your hand if you did not see that. Isn't that amazing that we're here at a diversity workshop? What else did I do that was also sexist? Yes. I physically walked away from every single woman that talked. I did this and I walked away from them. Raise your hand if you did not see that. How much more blatant could I get? No name, didn't talk to them, no microphone, and physically walked away and you did not see it. That is called the Donald Trump syndrome. The question then becomes, please remain standing. Why didn't you stop me, for those of you who are standing? Because you do not look like the type of women and men that would say, hey, you can go ahead and do this. Why didn't you stop me and say, hey, give me the microphone? You even saw me walk away, and yet you let me walk away from you. She's still pissed. Look at her. She's probably saying, 2 more minutes, I'm out of here. Why didn't you stop me? Why didn't you say something?
Because you're in charge.
Yes. Well, that requires turning around. Because we're used to sitting in rows and not turning around when people look. But I'm still going to come back to you. Part of it is habit. But some of you look like that isn't good enough. You wouldn't stop. You would stop me. Why didn't you say something? Because I'm going to go deeper for you in this country. Yes?
Because I figured you were up to something.
Right. I would like to propose to you that that is exactly what discrimination is. It's a betrayal. And also what you do with that is you go like this. Did that really happen? And then you go like this. Maybe it was the way I was dressed. Maybe I didn't have anything as important to say as the men did. I can't believe he would do that, but then maybe I'm not looking at it right. By the way, that is almost every one of the accounts of the woman that Donald Trump molested. They doubted whether or not it was really happening. Yes. And your hand is up over here. Would you mind standing? Thank you. Right, so it wasn't just men and women, it was also trans, or they, that I could have also used. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you. Thank you. So, by the way, I want to acknowledge not only the bravery it was for her to say that, but imagine in rooms where it would not be safe for her to say that, and that people would dismiss it, invalidate it, trivialize it. So thank you very much. I want to go back to why you didn't stop me. Because I'd like to share, yes?
I was just thinking some people may not stop you because they think you're an authority figure and it somehow gives you allowances that they don't have. So they may hesitate, and it might take some building up before they just say, that is not okay anymore.
Right, and so what we're hearing is, for a lot of people that experience discrimination, it's oftentimes there's power issues, dominance issues, and then when I loved it when Donald Trump Jr. said Ivanka would not put up with sexism or sexual harassment, and what I said was, yes, she'd just find another one of her father's companies to run. But for many other folks, oftentimes is a loss of job, being labeled, being humiliated, not promoted, fired. And you even hear that today, humiliated. I would like to propose to you one more thing, folks, is I think we have, yes. Go ahead, no, go ahead.
I want to know, what would you have done had we stopped you?
By the way, I have done this now for 5 years. Not one person has stopped me. In fact, I can do a thing in a room where I could have folks raise their hand and I not call on them. And I want to show people the power is they will stop raising their hand in less than 2 minutes. I can walk up to some folks when they share an answer to a question and look like this. And they will start doubting themselves within 30 seconds. The reason why I do it is to show you how we discount, invalidate constantly. And we don't even pick it up when we see it. Let's give all the hands to all these people who were able to notice this. So I would like to ask you, when President Obama did his first State of the Union message, and a congressman in the front row said, "You lie," which person in the room said something? Because it was filled with senators, congressmen, Supreme Court justices, Speaker of the House. Which person in that room said something? No one. for a $500 certificate. What did the President of the United States say? You see, not one single person in the country has been able to tell me what he said.
Did he say anything?
Oh, yes, he did. But I want you to hear what he said was, I did not. And then he read his 30-minute speech, which was probably the hardest speech of his life. And as he was reading his speech, the congressman in the front row on his cell phone was doing this, texting a friend and laughing what he did. He was I think, South or North Carolinian congressman who was filling in for a congressman who was either sick or died. And right after the speech, his fundraising jumped 30%. But as the president was reading his speech, which no one remembers, but only remembered the man in the front row, the president looked up in the balcony, and there were his two children crying. As Michelle was holding them like this and refusing to cry, as she looked at her husband. How many of you believe that his children will never forget that moment? Raise your hand. And we have not asked them, what was it like on that day when the whole world was watching? The whole room was filled with the government of this country. And not one person said a word to stand up for their father. And in my newest film, the students say, why didn't we talk about it in our classes? Why weren't we outraged? I came in on Southwest Airlines. And less than 2 weeks ago, a young Muslim woman was sitting on the chair here. A white man got up. She was wearing a hijab, a Muslim headdress. And he ripped it off her head. Said, "You're in America now." And the white woman next to him said, "I'm scared of her too."
Oh my gosh.
And she notified the airline host, and they escorted her off the plane. And not a person said a word. Please raise your hand if you're outraged. How many of you read about it? How many of you did not read about it? And imagine when the Muslim students and folks come into your classes, into your worship, into your communities, and you don't even mention it. And then 1 week before that, a Middle Eastern man is simply sitting like you with a pen. He's a math theoretic. He does theoretical theorems, just doing a math problem. He's Middle Eastern. And another white woman sitting next to him said she was uncomfortable having him do that in front of her. And who did they take off the plane? They took him off the plane. And just one day ago, on Delta Airlines, a man was choking in first class or on the plane. The airline host yells out, "Is anyone a doctor?" And an African-American woman raises her hand and says, I'm a doctor. And she says, honey, put your hand down. We want a doctor.
Oh my goodness.
And then she says, I am a doctor. And then she goes over like this. Really? What hospital? Could I see your credentials, your certification? And she was livid. And then what happened was an older white man yelled out, I'm a doctor. And she said, come right up, take care of him. Never asked. And what did the airline offer her? First class, after they, did that to her. And she says, I don't want it, I refuse. You insulted me. I want you to own up to it. And she never did. And what did Delta Airlines do? Is the same thing with Southwest. We do not discriminate. We are against anything like that. What I want to say is, so then why did you do it? But in all of these instances, no one on the plane said a single word. They simply watched it. And for what all the different reasons why we don't, how does that person feel? I come here today not simply to do a diversity workshop or show you a film later on today, but rather to tell you that if we don't stand up, it'll be your child. Just like I was on an airplane. We were all getting off, and a woman turned back like 8 rows back. Harry, how was it for you back there? And he said, well, I was sitting next to the biggest piece of lard you can imagine. Oof. She took up all the space. And she went, Harry, no. Oh, well, I got to say it. They shouldn't allow those type of people on airlines. And not a single person said a word. And he was 2 rows behind me. And I looked at him and I said, that is disrespectful. That is horrible what you said to her. And you need to apologize. And he goes, no way I'm going to apologize to that piece of lard. And what I said is, the only ugly person on this plane right now is you. And I will not move until you apologize sincerely to her and turn around and do it now. And he meekly turned around and apologized. And I saw the tears in her eyes. I didn't know where the words came for me too. But I think in moments like that, you just have to first stand up. You see, today you could say you respect differences. How important it is to meet people who are different. But none of you even saw the sexism that I did. How much more blatant could I get? And then you might wonder, people might be afraid to tell you. And you might go, I was in that church that day. I didn't see anything happen. You sure? Just like the folks that Donald Trump is saying didn't see what they saw. That's why people don't share. Because people make up stories about them, their motives. And also why? Because we have very few leaders that take responsibility. We have very few people that go like this, yes, that was sexist. Yes, that was racist. I need to look at that. I think somehow we are afraid that if we say that we have discriminated, that somehow something horrible is going to happen. I think sometimes that when we own up to it. For instance, my students said that I was a racist on my first week of teaching. And I thought I was the greatest guy on earth. And then I said, tell me what I did. He was an African-American student. And I said, tell me what I did. And what he said was, well, Mr. Lee, you have a phone in your room like no other teacher does. And you call our parents when we act out. I said, yeah, that's true. And he said, well, you give Asian students 3 warnings, but you give us only 2, and then you call our parents. And I said, wow, really? I didn't know I did that. I said, how many of you saw me do that? And all the kids raised their hands. And then I looked at the Asian kids and I said, why didn't you say something? And they said, we thought you liked us better. But then what I said is, but I want to be honest with you. I think this culture has told me that black kids act out a lot in classes, and you better stop them fast, and that Asian kids are good. And I think that entered into my teaching with you. Without even knowing it, I was doing that again. And I want to take responsibility for that. And thus began a whole conversation in our class about racism, our fear of each other, how the Asian kids were afraid of the black kids, how the black kids were afraid to go into Chinatown. And all of those fears came out and we talked about it. You see, it was a great opportunity, wasn't it? It wasn't just to say, I'm a good teacher, and to make them afraid to ask me. It was about taking it in and trying to own it. And I think we're looking for a model for that to happen. Can you hear that? Come on, Bill. You did inhale. I mean, why did you waste a good piece of grass? I'm just kidding. But the real truth of it really is if we model it for our children, we model it for our students, we model it for the people we work with, then we change the course of this country. I would like you today to please stand up, everyone, okay? I would like everybody over here, turn and take a look at all the beautiful people in the middle row here. And all the people over on this side, take a look at all the nice looking people over here. And why I have you do that, I do that in every classroom, every corporation I go into. Why? Because I want them to notice who's here and who's not here. Can you hear that? What if all the presidents of the United States were alive? I'd like them all to look at who has been the president and who hasn't been. Who's missing in the room? When we finally have Hillary Clinton, who might be the president of the United States, will they notice who was not there? Will we notice that the first Americans, Native Americans, are they up there? When someone says it's a melting pot, I said, well, it sure did look white to me. It came in white, male, and heterosexual, at least as much as we know. How many of you were proud when President Barack Obama became the first black president or biracial president of the United States? How many of you were equally proud to know he was the 6th black president of the United States? Please raise your hand if you did not know that we had 5 other black presidents. How many of you would like to know who the other 5 are? Well, you should buy my book up here. And how many of you, I want to show you the tests of democracy in this country that we tell our kids, you can be anything you want, regardless of religion, our race, our gender, our sexual orientation. Please raise your hand if you believe that these presidents, obviously the other ones are dead, if they had told the American people they were black, that they would have been elected. I'll take a look at it. No one's hand is up. We lied since I was a child. We lied when my father went to school. You see, what would it have been like if we told our children, we're not there yet? that in my lifetime I will never see a Muslim be the President of the United States. I will probably never see an Asian person, a Middle Eastern person, a gay person become the President of the United States. And that if you're poor, the odds are even worse. What kind of country doesn't want to give health care to people who don't have it? Amen. What kind of country wants to beat people up because they're a different color? You see, I also work with the law enforcement all over the country. And I tell them right now, there is more anti-police sentiment in this country. But I told them, if you want to get rid of it overnight, then stand up against those officers who have broken the law. I want to say to the church, when you see people molesting children, say something. Because people come into a church trusting you. I say to teachers, therapists, doctors who do things that are unethical to people, then stand up when you see someone in your own profession that does something and believe them. I'm longing for the police officers to simply say, that is wrong what they did. I am angry, I'm upset. I don't want them to keep doing this. But all the other officers are really great. That's like saying to someone who has had their child molested in a church and say, but most of us are wonderful. But to rather stay on, we need to look at this and do something about it, and I need to look at what I did or I didn't do. When we start to have models like that, then you start to act too. Can you hear that? When you start to stand up too. I hated doing this exercise. Why? Because so many women all over the country say to me, and I'm also saying women because I come from a generation, but that people in this country tell me, particularly minorities, but if I do say something, I'll be fired. If I do say something, I'll be called a troublemaker. How many of you can relate to what I'm talking about? And I want to tell Donald Trump Jr., no, you can't always speak up because you could be fired. And your sister can say a lot more things that we can't. And no, Donald, we all didn't start off at the same place. When Donald Trump said, I started from the bottom, my father gave me $1 million in a company, I thought, wow, I wonder what would have happened if he did help you. When Mitt Romney ran for the President of the United States, he said, look, young people, if you want to start a company, ask your parents. And I thought, why didn't I think about that? They had a couple companies to give me. Because you see, in his world, it was different. And I, as a man, cannot see what happens to women in this world because I'm blinded by my being a man so often because I take it for granted. I can actually get mad in a room and not be called a bitch. I can be called concerned, caring, assertive. And those two worlds, I must reckon that if I'm not called that, then I cannot have other folks not be called that. I need to stand up and say something. As I said to last night's dinner is, how many men in the room, I said, know that women get less pay? And they all raised their hands. And then I said, so what do you do about it every day? We know that racism, sexism, homophobia, and all of that's going on in this country. But what do we do about it? And what I want to say to the Republicans who are finally repulsed by Donald Trump, was it only because you thought of your daughter and son? Did you ever feel as much anguish with how he talked about immigrants? How he talked about blacks and Muslims? Why is it only when it has something to do with our children that we suddenly become concerned? As we're sitting here today and we talk about God's children, well then really practice it. It's not only good for today or in a church. It's every day you walk out of here. And that's why I did that exercise, to show you how much we don't see. We miss every day. I could have done it with whites and blacks today. You might not have seen it because it looks so normal. Today when you came here, how many of you want to have a world in which everybody's valued and for you to get to know people who are different? Raise your hand. So when you came in today, how many of you came in here today and sat next to somebody you knew? So how's that going to happen? You really think that Les is going to jump out of his row and go like this, "Hi, Chris, let's get to know each other"? No. And that's what we do. We think the world's going to come up to us. But in fact, the truth of it is, the reason why my son has so many other friends of color, because he saw who my friends were in my home. He saw who I ate dinner with. He saw that my friends of color were not just the ones I had at work, but who I had in my home. A recent survey came out and said that 70% of white people have no intimate friend of color except at work. And that the other 30% who have friends of color never once bring up the issue of racism. What is your life like? It took me years before I would walk up to a woman and say, "Tell me about sexism." As a man, I never even thought of that. Just as no one ever came up to me and asked me, "What's it like to be a Chinese American man?" How would I do therapy? How would I do teaching differently, education differently? It was almost like that part was gone. And so today is the only way I know how we can get to know each other is we're going to have to walk up to somebody we don't know. We're going to have to do this. Or we might even want to do this. "Man, I'm really scared to walk up to you. I've seen people like you in my neighborhood and I'm scared. I'm scared I'm going to screw it up. I'm scared I'm going to say something that's going to hurt you." But I remembered what a black woman said when I was at Best Buy. "So you hurt my feelings. I'm not going to die." How many of you ever thought about that you were going to have a relationship with your partner and you go like this, "You know, I really want us to be partners as long as we have no conflict, don't argue, you never call me wrong." No. And by the way, if that were true, and you were afraid of not to have conflict, we wouldn't have children. You don't go, "Okay, first time you yell, you're out of here, I'm done with you." No, that's part of the package. Because why? Because you're different. And when you can't put up with diversity, like a woman said, "Well, you should treat everybody the same." And I said, "Do you treat your kids all the same?" No, they're all different. Because you took the time to not only notice their differences, but to work with them because they were different. Then why don't we have that same patience with the people in this room? To take the time. And the only way I know how you can meet somebody who you don't know and who's different is you're going to have to pick somebody in this room who's different and who you don't know. Now, you're really lucky today because we rented a lot of people of color today. No, I'm just joking. Some of you are going, "He's not kidding that much." But the truth of it is, in Colorado, there are not many. And what it feels like to walk into rooms. And even though I laugh at you with it, last night we went to dinner. And there was only 3 or 4 of us of color out of the whole dinner. And it was a subject that everyone was kind of looking at each other. Finally, I looked at the black man, and that happened to be Les right across there. And I said, when I saw you, I thought, "Whew. One black man and we've got it." But we looked at each other, like we doubled the population of people of color in the room. But thus began a conversation for Les and I with the whole group. What we say and what we don't say. How we act and how we don't act. Raise your hand if you know exactly what I'm talking about. One second. Now you're going to choose a partner, okay? You're going to choose somebody in this room who you don't know and who's different than you, okay? So look around the room. Don't choose anybody you know. Come out of your rows and pick a new partner. Quietly sit, don't say a word, and sit next to your partner in the same pew. Come out of your rows. Come out of your rows. Raise your hand if you don't have a partner. Raise your hand if you don't, and keep it up till you find somebody. Keep it up till you find a partner. That's it. Keep your hand up if you don't have a partner. Walk up to that person. Sit down when you find your partner. Shh. Don't say a word. Sit down with your partner. Don't say anything to them. Anybody else? Not, there's a woman, there's 3 people or 4 people over here. Sit down. Shh. Sit down with your partner. Sit in the same row. Now, it's very important when you come into an educated room to ask an educated question. Is anybody quietly, secretly sitting in a group of 3? Raise your hand. So please stand up. There are other people here that would pair up with you. You have to have a pair. So there's one person over here. Ah, she might want to join. It might be fun. Why don't you stand up? One of you stand up in your group of 3 to find another partner. Because this exercise won't work unless you have another partner. Good. She could hardly wait. She's right here. Good. Now, we have one other. Would you like to pair with her? Are you pairing up with her? Okay, good. Now, she doesn't have, you 2 want to pair up at all? Oh, sure. Okay, good. Well, that makes us 3. Does anybody else not have a pair? Anybody quietly, secretly sitting by yourself? Okay, let's make it the 3 of you because, okay? All right, now, turn and face your partner. Now, don't say anything. Because you guess what? I found out about this culture is we are deathly scared of silence. We'll fill it up with wonderful, profound questions like, how are you? How was your flight? Then they're halfway down the hall before I finish answering. I once showed somebody when I was in the Midwest, I said, let me show you what happens. So we were in Walmart, and the woman says, how are you? And I said, horrible. And she goes, you shouldn't feel that way. In other words, you have to be fine. So we all say fine. The Japanese say we ask the most intimate question, and yet we don't want to be around for the answer. We don't even want to hear someone say horrible. But for almost every person that asked me, I answered something. I was waiting for you to have a conversation with me. I thought you wanted to know when you said, how are you? So what I'd like you to do is, you're going to take a moment to turn and just look at your partner. Don't laugh, don't say anything, just look at your partner. In other words, check them out. Now what I'd like you to do is take a look at their shoes. Check out their shoes. Look at the color. Now, take a look at their pants or their skirt, shorts, jeans, whatever. Just look at the, don't say a word. Don't worry, we'll fill out the sexual harassment papers later. Now take a look at any tattoos, bracelets, jewelry that they have on. Scarves. Now take a look at their face, which you've been nervous to look at. Now take a look at their lips. Now why do I have you take a look at their lips? Look at how many cartoons that make fun of ethnic groups' lips. And long before it became fashionable to have more full lips, the caricatures of Disney Studios making fun of people. Now take a look at the nose. Barbra Streisand was recommended that maybe she should have a nose job. Jimmy Durante, for those of you who might know who he is. And what all the films that we've had that make fun of people's noses. What do we say is beautiful? Keep looking at your partner. Don't look at me. Now take a look at the eyes. What did Disney Studios do for eyes for Chinese? One line. What did that do for the public when they picked it up? They went like this. Ching chong Chinaman. And that joke is in almost so many films today, and it's a song that's on every one of our playgrounds still. And kids laugh, and not one teacher stops them. That song is alive and well. So much so that close to 30% of people in Japan have surgery to widen their eyes. And look at poor Michael Jackson, working on that nose forever, dusting his face so it got whiter and whiter. That beautiful young boy. What did this country give them messages? And if you buy those Franklin plates, you ever buy those Franklin plates that has Pocahontas and all these people on it? They don't look like people from Alaska. They don't look like Pocahontas. They all have white features because they know people won't buy the plates unless they look like white people, and only certain kinds of white people. And then look at Donald Trump's standard of what beauty must look like and how that adds in every day what he wants around him. And he's not the only one. That's why when all the congressmen and senators are getting upset, I'm going, come on. What do you do in your heads too? And so what I'd like you to do when you talk to your partner today is I'd like you to ask your partner their name, their real name, their ethnicity. And you can always know when you come into communities where they don't do that very often, they go, ethnicity. Or, I'm a Coloradan, that's my ethnicity. No, that's called a state, okay? So I'd like you to share with your partner your ethnicity. And if you don't know what it is, talk about why you don't know it, because maybe your parents didn't talk about it. And if you happen to have been German, there's a very good chance that you don't speak German today because of our war with Germany. If you happen to be Japanese, there's a very good chance that after the internment, your Japanese name came in the middle, no longer at the beginning. If you've happened to go on through the internment, you probably would have dropped Buddhism and became a Christian, thinking that would make you more American. All these little things that we've done. So Lay Manoir becomes Gary. Or as I was introduced today, even though I know she made a mistake, she said Mr. Wah, assuming that Lay Manoir, last name. Lay is my family name, and it comes first. Which should tell you, family comes first in the Asian culture. And by the way, everyone, there are more Asians in the United States than any other group. So I have bad news for you all, you have it backwards. So ready? Now you're also going to tell your partner, why are you here today? Why are you here today? What do you want to see happen today at this workshop? Not just to come and hear me talk, but what do you want? Why are you here? Why is it important for you to be here today? The person who will begin talking, and you're both going to talk, will be the person with the shortest hair. Ready, begin.
just want to chime in for a minute here. Those of you who are joining us, this is a fantastic seminar from Privilege to Promise in Longmont, Colorado. Mind and Soul Symposium put this together. And this is Lee Moon-Wah, Stir Fry Seminars, in his company. And this has been an amazing seminar on race relations. And just really awesome. Thank you for being here, everybody. Everybody in chat, and volunteers that have helped put this together. This is important.
Take 1 more minute. 1 more minute. Okay, take a breath. Breathe. Does anybody know what this is? What is this? A what? A singing bowl. It's a Tibetan singing bowl or prayer bowl. I remember a student from University of California, he asked me what it was, and I said it was a Tibetan singing bowl. He said, "Where is it from?" So I looked at him and I said, "From the land of bowl." No. I think he's still wondering what country it comes from. And by the way, with the Tibetan bowl, if you hold the sides, it will not ring. So you have to let go. For some of you, that might be very difficult. And when you ring it, you always let the sound go down. If you ring it quickly, it's very disrespectful. If you drop the Tibetan bowl on concrete, it will never ring again. Oh, you're so gullible. Okay, here we go. Another Asian folktale. Now, when I was going to college, I was voted the most outstanding graduate of my counseling department. But when I came back, and even during the time I was there, when I graduated, I finally realized that no time did they ever ask me, as a Chinese man, born in the flatlands of Oakland, how would you work with a client differently? Think about that. And when I became a teacher for 25 years, not one single professor asked me, Wenhua, as a Chinese American man born in the flatlands of Oakland, how would you work with this student differently? You see, multiculturalism is not simply something you eat, dress to, cook to, or dance to. It's about, aren't you curious how I would do it differently? When women came onto the workplace, we didn't once ask them, how would you do it differently from your perspective? When blacks and Latinos and Asians and people who were gay and people with disabilities, how would you do it differently? That's when you use your culture. And look at me today. Because yesterday when someone was talking about, for me, the melting pot, and I said the melting pot would never allow me to wear this to IBM for an interview. I look beautiful in the United Nations. I look wonderful at Asian Heritage Month, but inappropriate on Monday morning. And why is that? because I don't look like you. And that is what multiculturalism has meant to me. Not assimilation, but to accommodate to a white, male, heterosexual, Christian, middle-class model. But all that I put on my table from all of my people, where was it to be honored? For the moment I walked into a classroom, my Chinese accent was funny, inappropriate. The moment I brought in my Chinese food, it was smelly. But when someone could bring in a bologna sandwich or tuna or hamburgers, that was wonderful. And what did I slowly learn? That I was an outsider. That an American did not look like me. Today, when I was talking to the cameraman over there, I was saying, look at you. You don't have anything on your body except your skin and your inner parts of who you are that shows off your ethnicity. When I sit next to my brothers and sisters today and I was watching the ceremony, the beautiful storyteller, and I was thinking she could not wear that to IBM or any major company. And every graduate advisor in this country would tell her, you do not wear that. And so today, I am wearing this. And I think it's what we do not see. And all of my years when I was in college and I went back to Keynote, when they gave me the honor, I told them these are the questions that I wish that you would have asked me. And it's entitled, What We Do Not See. And the way you would start it off with is, as a Chinese man, when others look at you, what do they see? I can tell you when people look at me, they often do this. Manoir, you speak such good English. Where'd you learn it from? Raise your hand if you know exactly what I'm talking about. Please stand. And you can laugh. Now take a look at the people standing, and some of them right next to you. And the rest of you who've never been asked that question, why not? Did they assume that the color of your skin meant you must speak good English? Why are they surprised that I was born in this country too? 70% of white people in this country still believe that Asian people are all immigrants, just like Latinos. Please sit down. And this gentleman right here who has a famous name, John West, would you mind standing? Would you mind standing? Oh, so I'll try and speak a little louder, okay, John?
Okay, thank you.
So I'd like you to think about, why don't you turn around, John? You can look at the rest of the group here. Just turn around here. I want you to think of how many times that John has had the experience in his life of somebody walking up to him and saying this, "My God, John, you are a credit to your people." How many times in your life have people said that to you?
Very few.
Probably zero. Or, as Joe Biden said to the President of the United States when they got elected, and he turned to Barack Obama and he said, "Wow, you're so articulate." Like he was surprised. And I wanted the President to look at him and say, "And I'm absolutely flabbergasted that you're articulate." You see, never having to have to answer that question. And by the way, it's all over the internet. Young people of color being asked this daily. And how it reminds them that they are still outsiders, even in the year 2016. Let's give them a hand. Thank you. Thank you. So when others look at you, what do they see? What don't they see? And for a lot of women and trans folks and Latinos and gays and other different kind of folks, young, old, big, small, what don't they see and why? What do you wish that they would see about you? Do you know why so many people get doctorates? So people will believe them.
Give them credibility.
But that's a lie. That's what my student said in my newest film, who's going for his doctorate. Because you could become the President of the United States, and look what they did to him, they said. And you know what that black student said, who was a B+ student getting ready to go in to get his doctorate was? Why do I have to get a doctor for people to believe what I say is true? And then he looked at me crying and the whole group and said, but what good does it do? Look at the way they treated this president. And it was the last thing he said that I'll never forget. Looking at the ground, he said, if I see the way they treated him, what chance do I have? And I remember the look on young black men in this country and people of color when we had our first president of color. I don't think we had any idea how he was going to be treated. And when the head of the Republican Party said, we will vote no on everything he presents to us till the day he leaves office. And I kept thinking, why didn't we say something? Where were the good people of this country saying, I thought you were here to serve us, not as a political agenda? And he stood in there for 8 years, every day trying to put forth some legislation, even putting forth a health program that the Republicans and Mitt Romney presented in Massachusetts, and they still said no. Putting forth a Supreme Court justice that even they said was great, and they still said no. And then after a while, he just said, why don't we do something about that? Where are the good people? And that's why I think these questions are important for us to ask is, what do people have to go around wishing that people would see in them? And if people wanted to see the real you, what would that take? And as last night's dinner, I said, if you really want to see the real me, ask me. Ask me what's it like to be Chinese American. Ask me how hard it is every day to have stares when I go into rooms. What's it like every day when I see another black person being killed on the TV, what it does to my heart? What it does when I hear Donald Trump say what he does. And all of his followers screaming all these horrible things. And I wonder, will my child go through this? Is he already going through this? And then I look at my father and mother, who I know looked at me and said, I thought it would be different for you. And with tears in my eyes, I have to say to my son, I thought it would be different for you. And I don't want him to say that to his children someday. And that's why I'm here. I want you to ask this partner, when people look at you as a Latina or as Asian or black or as a woman or as gay or as trans, what do they see? What don't they see? And for you to stand in there and hear what they have to tell you. So turn and face your partner. And one of you, this time the person with the longest hair, will answer these questions. When people look at you and put in your ethnicity, your gender, and your sexual orientation, and if it works for you, your age, because we all know people look at you differently as you get older. Or as one older woman said to me in my last workshop, where we were filled with all these young people, she said, you know, as I get older, I think I become invisible. Like people don't even think I have anything to say, are useful, so they talk around me. It's almost as if I passed away. So when people look at you as you get older, and white, and a woman, or whatever that is, all your different parts of you, what don't they see? So begin those questions. Ready, begin.
obviously, we're taking a break right now as Lee Moonwa's seminar continues and they do this particular exercise. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I just want to give a shout out to our audience and YouTube chat and everybody following along on Twitter. It's been a great conversation. I really appreciate having the conversation going on in chat. It's productive. It's positive. It's intelligent. It's a far cry from what YouTube chat used to be when it came out. So thank you. Thank you for elevating the conversation, everybody. This has been a very powerful, very moving presentation. As far as my the orchard, Lyle, I agree. I miss doing the ladder shots. I just can't right now. It's too rainy, too stormy. Yes, I'm hoping next week I will eventually, I will make the first batch of Newtons as a test. All right, looks like he's getting started again.
Take 1 more minute. 1 more minute.
Which is cool. That means we get to hear the Tibetan bell. I like that. Laura, live and good. I saw in chat you have one. That's awesome.
Okay, I hope you remembered that only one person was talking. Some of you going, oh, okay. Now, only one person was answering these questions. Now, turn to your partner. Turn to your partner. Don't look at me. And now I'm going to show you how to mindfully listen. Mindfully being present with someone is not just simply looking at them, just listening. It's what you are going to say after you've heard them. When people always tell me, I heard you, I go, tell me what you heard. I'm sorry. Sorry about what? That's what I would have asked Donald. Sorry about what? That you got caught? Or do you understand what you did? And so, what I'd like you to think about in your head is 2 or 3 things that your partner said. Just think about 2 or 3 things. Things that were important to them, not to you. Can you hear that? One of the fastest disconnect is to only think about things that you're interested in that they said, but miss what they said. Now, how do you know what was important to them? What was the way they said it? It was how long they stayed on it. Or maybe how fast they skipped over a question because maybe it was too hard emotionally for them. It's important for you to go sometimes, I saw you skip through question number 2 real fast. Some people are nodding that they noticed the partner went real quick through them. You ever have some people talk to you but they never say I? They talk about other people but not about themselves. So that's part of really noticing. Now, you may or may not have gotten this when you came in, but these are questions that you can ask the person. And these were on your little card. But if you don't have that card, you could ask your partner. It could be like this. So Mary, one thing that really moved me, and I always put an emotional word in there. So Mary, one thing that really moved me was when you were talking about when they were making fun of you. And then let them tell you more. Then you could also go in, if they don't say a whole lot, you could say, tell me more about that. The other one is, what angered you? Now, by the way, that tell me more, you can go on a whole first date and do that. So tell me more. Instead of talk about yourself, okay? Then the other one is, what angered you? And I believe this country is scared to ask, what angered you about what I did? What angered you about what happened? Because I think we don't know what to do with it. My supervisor once said, the way to tame a wild bull is to give it a wider field. And I thought, wow, let them get angry to express it. I think we like to stop people. I think we're scared when a black man in America gets good and angry, we're afraid it's going to lead to violence or abuse. But what if you listen to it? If you see my film, The Color of Fear, the African-American man gets good and passionate, and I'm just sitting there. And someone said, why didn't you stop him? And I said, why? I even had that same black man at the front of the film, looking in a screen door, just look in, and then he went in. And all these white folks in America said to me is, why are you showing a black man getting ready to rob a house? And I said, he's just going, oh, I see. That's your image when you see a black man. But would you have said that if it were white? Would you have said it was Asian? Ah, why didn't you? Or as a friend of mine came to my house, because I live in a lower income neighborhood, and she saw 6 black young men sitting on the doorstep. She said, look at all those drug addicts. And what I said is, so what if they were white? What if they were Asian? Older? And the person said, I don't know where that came from. Or my realtor, when I bought my home, said, I need to tell you ahead of time, there are Latinos and blacks in the neighborhood. And I looked at him and I said, whew, I thought you were going to say white people. But I wanted him to take a look at what he just said to me. And I want you to hear, even though you're laughing, how many of you have told your children what parts of this city not to go into? Because my father had us roll up the windows, lock the doors, and then we looked out what neighborhoods he was talking about. And every city has them, don't they? And then one day you're sitting in front of them. Those very people you were taught to be afraid of. And why are we doing this today is? Because the only way to break your fears is to sit next to somebody and to get to know them. And not necessarily that they're like you, but they could be different, and that's also beautiful and wonderful that they could be different. We've got to stop just celebrating differences, but really valuing it on a real level, that we could learn from somebody. So what I do is I'd like you to ask them these questions. What I heard you say was, one thing you heard them say to get them to tell you more of what they were talking about. Don't forget to use their first name. Ready, begin.
Everybody, while they're taking a break to do this exercise, just want to chime in, say thank you all for being here. Thank you to our broadcast sponsors, LiveView, reader-supported news, and Switchboard Live. And without your guys' help at patreon.com/John Ellis, we wouldn't be able to keep the lights on. So I want to thank all the patrons. Really appreciate everybody's support. This has been a very powerful event. I'm so glad that we were able to bring this to you, thanks to our volunteers out there in Longmont, Colorado, and everybody at the Mind and Soul Symposium. And Charlie and Eric and Mickey, thank you so much for the work you're doing, bringing this here.
Take one more minute. One more minute.
There we go.
Okay, breathe. Breathe. So how many of you thought that your partner was a good listener? Raise your hand. You thought your partner was a good listener. You better say that, huh? So what made your partner a good listener? Anybody? What made, yes. She said she took what I said and interpreted correctly. That person got lucky, yes.
She pulled out some of the little things that I said and noticed that maybe those were very important to me. She looked farther into it and then pulled them out.
And by the way, that's what a good therapist does and a good listener does, doesn't he? They pick out the little things, not just the big things. It helps you go deeper. Anyone else? Yes. What made your partner a good listener?
A question and then actually was quiet and let me talk.
And the subtext is sometimes they'll ask you a question and they don't listen to you. See that? So how refreshing it is to have someone really want to know the answer. I remember when I was in first class, this guy said, "What do you do for a living?" And I said, I make movies. And then he said, "You know what I do?" And then he talked for the next hour. It was like, wow. I helped him talk. Anybody else? Yes. I'm sorry. Eye contact. By the way, eye contact's very important. You ever have somebody look like they're listening to you, but you can look in their eyes and they're gone? Now, there are some cultures that don't want you to look in the eyes because it's disrespectful. So what you do in those cases is, and I wrote this, and you can look at my website, I noticed you looked away, and I was wondering if it was personal or cultural, because I really like to get to know you better. It's a really respectful way, but leaves it open. One more time, I'll get to her and I'll go right to you next, okay? Yes.
My partner heard what I said. She also heard what I didn't say, and she came back with a follow-up as to what she thought I had said.
Ooh, she also heard what she didn't say. Isn't that an interesting way of saying it? I heard what she didn't say. I think sometimes we need to look very carefully what people don't say, huh? It's election time, folks. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Actually, sometimes it's hard, I can't tell, and I can see what that might do. Okay? Anyone else? Yes.
So I felt that she, not only did she hear what I said, but she felt what I said, and then she validated the things that I was passionate about.
Feeling what someone says, not just hearing what they said, but feeling what they said. And then the last part is very essential, isn't it? Validating what they said. Because you can hear and still not believe them, can't you? And people can feel that in you. Anyone else? Yes, Les. Good. Doesn't he have a beautiful voice? He's doing a workshop right after this. He paid me a lot of money to tell you that part. Okay. Anyone else? Yes.
We couldn't hear all of what he said. Absolutely.
What I said was, okay. What I said was not only the eye contact, but asking follow-up questions to indicate to me that he was listening and wanted to know more about what I was saying and how it related to what he was hearing from me.
By the way, the Buddhists say that curiosity is the gateway to empathy. I think that what the presidential debates have taught us is how to be adversarial, in denial, and be defensive, or maybe not even answer the question at all. What we've got to start teaching and telling them is to be curious, to be open, why don't you hold it for a second, to be self-reflective, and to change. And by the way, why don't you hold 1 second, because I know you had your hand raised up too. Why don't you share, what did you like about your partner?
Sure.
So my partner is Raina. Well, that's weird. And she picked up a feeling word that I had put out, and she reflected that back to me. She said, tell me more about being scared. And that was fantastic.
Can you hear that one, everyone? Tell me more.
Closer, so you can, everyone hear better? Yes? Good, okay, sorry. She picked up a feeling word that I had said, and it was scared. And she asked me, what is that like to feel scared? And that was a good question.
Isn't that a good one? He tells her, and then she says, tell me what it's like to be scared. And maybe the deeper question is, what happened to have made you scared in your life? Because it may not just be today, huh? It's something way back then, huh? See that look on his face? Because in the Western culture, we think everything's present tense. We forget to ask, is this familiar? Thank you. Thank you. We have one more back here. Oh, some over here? Okay.
I just wanted to point out that you kept insisting that let's stand up. And as one who works with disabilities, it's often not okay to ask us to stand up because it isn't always easy for us to do so. I just wanted to point that out.
Good reminder. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
I think what was helpful from my partner was the kind of body mirroring that she was doing, so that as I was talking and using my body in a certain way, my listener was mirroring that, not in a sort of clumsy, awkward, heavy-handed way. I mean, it can be done both ways, but but it communicated her interest and her permission to go further.
Is it Masha? So, by the way, Masha, you actually did something that some of the most famous therapists did. When they filmed the most famous therapists of all time, when their clients went like this, the therapist did this. When they kind of crossed their legs, they crossed their legs. When they went like, the client went like this, they went like this. And what we call that is physically aligning, but also maybe one of the great gifts she has is also learning how to emotionally align when they're talking. So both work together, don't they? And notice how it felt good for Masha to have felt that. Thank you. I'm working on it. Okay, everyone, now turn and face your partner. And you're going to answer those questions now, because I bet you thought you were going to get out of here without having to answer those questions. Now, how many of you have already done it? Boy, you're way ahead of me. Okay, now I'm also aware of that some of you didn't do it, so that I hope that you will take time to ask each other those questions perhaps after the workshop, that you have time to do it, okay? We are almost out of time. How many of you appreciated getting to know your partner? How many of you, if I'd like you to realize this, that you could have gone today and never got to meet this person? You would have sat with your own little group. Now imagine how many other thousands of other people you have not gotten to meet because you don't sit next to them. I think every day we sit next to people and we don't talk to them. We have great opportunities too. I think every day in classrooms and in workplaces we see people eating by themselves. We see people sitting by themselves, and we just go right by them. When I was a teacher, 15 years before I became a teacher, a student in our school was African American. He was caught gambling in the bathroom. And rather than work with him, in those days, they decided to transfer him. He was gambling in the bathroom. And they said, "You're transferred, you're out of this school." And he cried and screamed, and he held on to the bathroom door and said, "Please don't do that. My friends and my family are in this neighborhood. I promise I'll never do this again." But they didn't want to have to hear him or do anything about what he said. 15 years later, Anthony was his name. He broke into a woman's home in a robbery. He dragged her from the laundry room to the outside, and he shot her 5 times in the head. And then Anthony went down the street, and he shot 3 other women. The woman he shot 5 times in the head was my mother. And I have often thought all these years, what if one person had put their arm around Anthony and said, we're not going to transfer you. We're going to try and find out how we failed you. I want to find out what your family life is like. What it has taken for you to get to this school today. Perhaps my life would have been different. I was so traumatized by it when I was a teacher that I could not longer teach after 20-something years. I went into therapy to deal with my trauma, became a therapist, later on became doing this work and eventually a filmmaker. And one day in Sacramento, California, in front of 600 people standing room only, I told this very same story. And out of the audience, a woman stood up and said, oh my God, it was my son who killed your mother. And I walked off the stage as I cried for her son, and she cried for my mother. It's a little bit like Crash, isn't it? One event leads to another. I'm here today because if my mother hadn't been murdered, I would never become a therapist because I need to go in and done this work. But I would give up 10 years of my life to have had 1 minute with her, just to say goodbye. There are 1,000 ifs that I carry. When I get up every day, I wonder what more story will I hear of another young black man being shot, or a person of color. Will I hear another story of a person that's been molested by Donald Trump, or killed, or murdered, or abused? Will I hear of another bomb because people feel like the United States wants to hurt them? And I'm getting so tired of it. And I hope you are too. But not just tired to move away from it, but to do something. When you came in here today, did you look around? Did you see anybody sitting by themselves? Did you say hello to the people you sat outside in the lawn with? When you sit in theaters and someone sits next to you, do you cringe and hide your things because you're afraid they might steal it? Do you at home, do you watch only certain programs, but never ones that might be of another culture? Do you go to festivals from another culture? Do they come into your home for dinner so your children get to know them? Or are they only workplace friends? And when you see people getting shot and killed and hurt in this country, do you with tears talk to your children about it because it so hurts you? Or do you just talk about it without tears or anguish or grief? When I saw Birth of a Nation with my son and his girlfriend, I couldn't stop sobbing. When I saw the way the whites treated them, I thought how inhumane. Screaming and yelling and hitting them and beating them. And then on one day, after I got home, I turned on a Donald Trump rally. And I kept thinking that hatred. And hatred's about fear. And why did I pair you up today? Because you've got to sit next to someone you've been taught to be afraid of. You can't just talk to people and look at them from a distance. When I saw this couple over here, will you raise your hand today? Raise your hand. I looked at a new world, a new child coming in. And I looked, would you stand up with your child? Would both of you stand up with your child? Look at this baby coming into the world. And every single time that you hesitate to say something on a plane, remember that child. Because they will grow up. Can you hear that? And that color that she carried, he or she? They. The color of your baby right now could affect how they will be in the world. And I want one day for it to be a world in which someone once said that little children do not see color, and I said, you're wrong. Children see color and they run towards it. And then they learn to step back. They learn to be scared. That means we can unlearn it. That it's not this child's fault, but our perceptions that we've been taught. Yes. And I love it, not love it, but I remembered one senator from Arizona said, they're cute when they're little, but when they get to be 9 or 10, they're all druggers. Drug mules. You see, I want every child to grow as far as they want and always be seen as beautiful and valuable, just like each and every one of you were. And I think that was the world that Martin Luther King dreamed of. Not a separate world, but one where we could all be together. When you look at this family today, there was a time not long ago, wasn't it, that you would not be allowed to marry. You would be even arrested, put in jail, and there's even a new film coming out. So lest we forget. I remember once at an airport, I was watching this older white couple playing with these little kids who were just all white sitting there. And then when an Indian family came in, they frowned and the look on their faces was like this. And they were just little children. And I kept thinking, what did they learn? And it's at moments like that that you need to walk up to someone and say, I saw your look. And I want to tell you, that child's just as beautiful as those white children. They both are. And it hurt me to see you do that. It anguishes me. And I know that look as a child. I know that look when I walk into a bar sometimes in Texas. The look is, what are you doing here? I can get whole restaurants to stop talking. And I want to tell you is there's no law against that look. But that look, I won't cry, but it eats away at me. And that's why I do this work. Because I want us to take responsibility for that look. And I want it to be a smile. And I want it to be welcoming. Not just in churches, but in every sector of our country. I thank you. And come this November, let's make our voices heard. And ladies and gentlemen, before folks and people, persons, everyone have a seat for a moment. And I can't be remiss because you wrote down your names. And could you two folks help me? Yes. Now I'm asking them to come up because I don't have my glasses. She has hers. So one of you, why don't you pick it out and she'll read it? Okay. Okay. And the winner of the most dangerous box in America, 1,000 questions that people of color and whites are afraid to ask each other. It's called What Stands Between Us. And the winner is
Liz Bird.
Where's Liz Bird? Over there? Oh, great. John, would you pass that over to her? Thank you. And 1 year later, 150 brave whites and people of color answered those questions. This is the hottest book. Texas, Florida, and Georgia just bought 300 to 400 of these books, and this is what they do. The students who are scared to say anything in class, they go like this. This is me, right here. And white folks who are scared to bring it up going, this is why I'm scared, this is what I feel, and they start a dialogue. It's called Let's Get Real, What People of Color Can't Say and Whites Won't Ask. Great title, huh? I think we've had 500 years of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And the winner is?
Ashley Smith.
And this is a book I have here called The Practice of Honoring Diversity. I think we're very good at honoring diversity. We're not very good at practicing it. Here is 101 ways to change your workplace and it won't cost you a penny. In other words, no more excuses. And the winner is?
Edwina Salazar. I know you.
Thank you. And a book that I wrote on all of my Buddhist practices that are used in counseling classes and HR places all over the country. It's called The Art of Mindful Facilitation. And the winner is?
Lanny Abbott.
Good, congratulations. And for my films that are worth $2,000, in my mind alone, and the first one is Stolen Ground. I'm sorry, what? Okay, and this was called Stolen Ground: Racism Towards Asian Americans, and I was honored by the American Psychological Association for having the only Asian men's group in the United States dealing with racism, anger, and leadership. It was started in 1985 and is still going on today. And I wanted to show that Asian men are tall, good looking, emotional, and pissed off. And the winner is?
Cheryl Clark.
And the last one is The Color of Fear. And the winner of that one is?
Arlie Ostrander.
And I wanted to let you know that my latest film is called If These Halls Could Talk. It was my newest film was on college students talking about the state of diversity on our campuses. It took 4 years for me to edit this film. For 30 years now, I've been making films and crossing this country. But this is my last film. The reason why is because the star of my film, Mark Thomas, African-American young man, shared in the film at any given time, I could lose my life. And 4 years after this film, he was walking down the middle of the street in Chico, California. Unknown to him was a chapter of the Ku Klux Klan. And they were yelling and screaming and calling him all sorts of names. And that night, he was found burned alive in the trunk of his car. All of the cast was like 24, 25 years old. And I will never forget what one of them said to me was, I pray to God they shot him before they put him in the trunk. When he was a freshman, he told the president of Chico State University, get my office ready because when I graduate, you're going to want to hire me. And at his memorial, the president of the college, with tears in his eyes, said, I had his office ready. He was the president of 3 major clubs trying to bring the country together. I hope that you will see that film someday. I hope to, after this, instead of making films, I'm going to do a national conversation on race. I'm going to do these very same exercises. I'm going to have police and young people pair up with each other. My first place is Ferguson, which I've been asked to come to. And then I'm going to go to Charleston and every place where a person has been killed, violently killed, to try and bring the communities together. We will do this exercise, and then I will ask them if they love the exercise and talking to someone to find 3 other couples or 3 other pairs, and then meet for 1 year, once a month in their home. And I will provide films and study questions and books to keep the conversation going. I think my dream for this country, and the only thing I think it can heal, is to walk each other home. Thank you.
I need to make an announcement. There is a car that is blocked in the parking lot. It is a light gray hatchback, license plate number QJM522. It's a Toyota. Someone has to leave immediately, so if you could please move that car. Thank you.
Well, that was pretty amazing, everybody. And I think they're going to take a break here. Everybody's going to take a look at what Limonois has up there on the table and talk amongst themselves. That was very powerful. And now they break off into the separate group sessions. Give me a second here and we'll go to that. This is the schedule. And they're running a little behind, but this is the basic schedule here. We have the community sessions starting right now. And so they'll be taking a break to get those together, and Mickey will be setting the solo up. I'm not sure which room we're going to go. We may be filming Dan Benavidez and Mike Butler talking about the belonging revolution. We may be bringing in my dad. I'm not sure. But let me talk with Mickey. We'll find out. Either way, we're going to record 2 of these. We're going to record both of those sessions. And the other one will run later. We're probably going to do a special, run some of this material, and have Mickey and Eric come on and talk about the experience. Thank you all for being here, everybody. My dad for what, Laura? You're off audio. You can tell me. I'm watching you guys in chat. You vote for... Oh, well, Mickey's out of the hangout, but we could, I could bring him back in now, find out what he's doing. I'm gonna jump out of here audio-wise, guys. I'm gonna leave it with an overhead of just some the hashtags that I've been tracking, and we will be right back with you as soon as we know what the plan is and where we're going. Let me get a hold of Mickey in the production room, and I'll let you know in a few minutes. Thanks for being here. All right, everybody. Hi there. All right, so here's what's going on. Mickey is moving the main camera and the solo, and we're actually going to bring you my dad, Bill Ellis, and he's got a presentation with a friend of his, and I will do him the favor of actually pulling up that information and telling you about it before we go live with it, but I don't have it in front of my face right now. It's going to be about 15-20 minutes, so I'm just going to run the overlay of those hashtags, Our Revolution and No Dapple, and we'll pick a couple others, Water is Life, I think we had going. And I'll come back on before we get going as soon as I see the stream come up from Mickey and we get things set with audio. And yeah, give you a little preface and we'll go. Thank you all for being here. Again, 15-20 minutes. We'll be back with another presentation as part of the symposium today, From Privilege to Promise in Longmont, Colorado. Here. Beautiful slide made by Laura Livengood. All right, everybody. I figured it out. Had a conversation with Mickey. I was wrong. Here's what's going on. We're taking a 10-minute break. He'll be back in about 10 minutes. And he's going to finish, Lee Moonwa is going to finish his presentation. This is an afternoon workshop. I mean, it's just extensive. There's a lot of stuff going on here. It's been amazing. And I just want to say, I should have said this from the beginning. I haven't been able to pay specific attention to what he's been doing because I've been really busy. I think he's changed stuff there. Because I've been producing the live stream. But this is all recorded. Like, you guys can take this from politicalrevolution.tv, and I actually have a full clean version on channel 2 of politicalrevolution.tv that doesn't have any of the lower thirds, and it doesn't have any of me on it. It's just this, right? And you guys can take that and run the whole thing together as a family, or invite people over and do exactly what he's saying, right? And use this as a template, a model in your community. That's what I think is so awesome about this, is that I mean, it's just a beautiful thing. Even just to sit down and watch this with other people is informative, is a brilliant thing. So please do it, take it, use it. That's what it's here for. Okay. Just want to say that. So yeah, we're waiting 10 minutes. You can see there, they're just hanging out. And then he'll be back to finish up his session. Lee Moonwa finishing up his session here on the Mind and Soul Symposium, From Privilege to Promise, Longmont, Colorado. And I'm going to leave you with some overlays, and we will be back as soon as they are. Thanks for being here, everybody, on politicalrevolution.tv.
3 minutes. So what I'd like you to do is, will everybody move up to the first 2 or 3 rows? There are 2 things that'll do. It'll let you get to meet other people, and then it'll look like there are a lot more people in here than there are, okay? So come on, move up the first 3 rows. Try and stay on both sides here so I can see you. And we're going to move towards a cross-gender race conversation. But along with that, we're also going to get a chance to teach you some new techniques, okay? So if you wouldn't mind coming on this side, yes, great, thank you. So we'll kind of stay in these 2 pews here. And feel free to sit next to somebody. They won't bite.
Let's start with that.
And if anybody could find Bill, that'd be great. He's called Bill the tech guy. He's not up there. I just need to turn the volume up just a bit. Those of you that are in the back, please come up to the front. It'll be a lot easier. Good. By the way, tonight I'm going to be showing Last Chance for Eden, one of my films that won many international awards. It's men and women talking about racism and sexism, so I hope that you'll come to that. Anybody know what time? 6. Okay, good. By the way, what is the fastest growing group in the United States? How many of you have heard that Latinos and Mexicanos are the fastest growing group in the United States? Now, by the way, in California, we don't use Hispanic. Because I remember a Latino man said to me, I'm not taking any title that has the word panic in it. And maybe what you might want to learn is that Richard M. Nixon came up with Asian and Hispanic to just cover the whole group. And so you have Spaniards, Chicanos, Latinos, Mexicanos. So it's really important to get to learn the different groups. Now, that rumor being passed on that Latinos and Mexicanos are the fastest growing group is not true. That's a rumor being passed on by Latinos and Mexicanos. The fastest growing group in the United States are multi-ethnic. And that beautiful baby is entering into the fastest growing group in the United States. Now, how do we know that? Because in the first time in the history of the United States Census Bureau, you were allowed to mark more than one box. And that's how we found out. However, what multi-ethnic children will find is, which group do I belong in? And your work, if you happen to be doing work with people that are multi-ethnic, they don't have to choose. And you need to tell them that. You need to say, we have Latinos, we have Asians over here, and then we have a group over here that are multi-ethnic. So they don't have to go, which side of me goes here, which side of me goes over here. I also am getting tired of people going, well, I'm 10% of this, 5% of this, and 4% of this. What I often say is, so where? I also would like to encourage European Americans in this room to write to the United States Census Bureau and say, I am not white. I have a European background, or many other backgrounds. I would like to be able to check that box besides white. Why? Because other people of color don't get that opportunity. We have to be identified who we are. I also think that it creates a mythology that white is synonymous with American, and then hence synonymous with human being. I don't know how many white students say in my classes and I cross this country is, I don't have a culture. I'm just an American. Well, that's not true. They have a long heritage that goes back. There's a new mythology going on in our colleges, and this is what happens when you don't talk about ethnicity. There are students in schools that are saying this, my mama is Italian, my father is German, but I'm neither one. Now please tell me how they ended up not to be either one of those. And this is the new criteria, this is the new answer they're giving. I am not Italian and I am not German because I've never been there. And I'm going, wow, so you just skipped it. And for those of you that are nodding your heads, I need you to hear, because I think that it is very hard for white students to own their backgrounds. At the same time, in this entire political presidential election, we have not asked Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump their European heritage. It has not even occurred to us to ask them. And what, for those of you who have lived as long as I have, when John F. Kennedy shared he was both Catholic and Scottish or Irish, it became a huge issue. So he became the last one to share it. And I really want to remind Donald Trump that Ted Cruz is an American, because Canada is part of the Americas. Or as I walked up to a professor at Harvard who said to me he was Peruvian, and I walked up to him and I said, what an honor to meet another American. And he cried. Because he said in this country we do not consider them to be Americans. And imagine the ugly American athlete that went to Rio and said, I was in a room and there were only 3 Americans. Because they haven't been taught that they are only one of the Americas. Yes, and you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was going to say that the largest group that we might, well, some of us might not belong to now, but we will belong to very likely before we die, is people with disabilities. The CDC has determined that if you live beyond 30 and you don't have a disability, 89% of us will get a disability of significant disability for more than 6 months before we pass on. It's a subculture that we all will become a part of.
And by the way, how many of you think that Kevin is talking about himself? Yes.
I know I have a disability.
You see, when people speak with such intensity, they're talking about themselves too. And sometimes we don't even look. Part of mindfulness is to notice how he said that. And we don't even show the curiosity looking at him when he talks. You could see it when he said it. And that's why when I was having dinner with folks last night, I could see the intensity when some people talked about things. So sometimes you need to watch when some people ask a question. It more than likely has something to do with their own lives and what's important. And let's give a hand to Kevin for bringing this up. I also want to tell you that today we had lots of issues brought up, and the reason why you hear such intensity is because we don't talk about it. We don't bring it up. And so, and by the way, racism is not just black and white people. And so it's a larger spectrum to talk about. Whew. Sometimes it's hard to have a break in between because people are talking to you all the way through. So I just want to take a breath for a moment. So what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to turn to the person on your left and right, behind you and in front of you. And this is what I'd like you to do. Don't do it yet. Some of you are all ready to swivel. Is when you learn to say hello to people, take your time. You see this? You really hold the person's hand and feel it and look at them. Because sometimes we do it without feeling. Ray and I were talking about how we somehow distance ourselves from everyone. And we also talked about the land, that we become disconnected to the land just to use it, rather than to realize the more we hurt the land, the more we also hurt ourselves. And if you learn how to learn to be with people, you treasure every part of your life, what you touch on land. Today, when I looked out at the trees and I was listening to the storyteller, how many of you saw the leaves falling down and how beautiful it was, and the light? It was magical. Not just her words, but the way she said it. Not just the way she said it, but with heart. And the way she bent. And the way she moved. And the way you looked at her. And the way she connected with you. All of that was all operating. And then I looked at all the people who were looking at her. I was trying to take it all in as I watched. And that's part of the work, is not just to be here by yourself, as Kevin's saying, but what else do you see in the world? Is it only what concerns us, or do we see other people? And do they have to scream and yell and raise their hands before we pay attention? It's exactly what a Black Lives young man said to me is, why do I have to yell for you to hear me? Why do I have to be belligerent before you'll even pay attention? And I think it's really true. And I wanted to say to Hillary and Bernie Sanders, when they were interrupted by not interrupted, but the Black Lives Matter people said something, to just take a breath. Listen to them. And don't just stand back, but get closer. And then share. I was waiting for Bernie and I was waiting for Hillary to say, it's kind of scary when you jumped in when I was talking. All of my life I've been told that's disrespectful. But what I'm realizing is it must hurt so badly that you need to tell me. And I need to tell you, when I look at you as a group, I live in a bubble. I grew up in a very different world as a white woman in a fairly wealthy family. I went to school in some of the best schools. I've been protected what you've had to go through. And I want today to come to learn, because I've been so protected from this. And even though it scares me, and I don't know exactly what to say, I want to find out your life and why you're here today and how I could help. And why do I say it in those ways? Because when they faced off the black leaders, John F. Kennedy, he said, don't march now. This is not the right time. Let me work with the Senate. You're going to just upset the senators. This is just not the right time. And Andrew Young looked at John F. Kennedy and he said, Mr. President, it's not if we're coming to Washington, D.C. for the march. We are already in the streets. And then Robert F. Kennedy tried to interrupt, and they said, Robert, shut up and sit down. We want to tell you what our lives are like. And Robert F. Kennedy says it was the turning point of his life, because he sat down and just listened. And like Mahatma Gandhi, when he got off the stage, they said, where are you going? He said, I'm going to see and hear and learn about the people of India. I want to find out their lives, what I don't know. And that's exactly what Robert F. Kennedy did. He walked into our neighborhoods. He wanted to hear what was going on. And he was ashamed that he worked for McCarthy when he asked and agreed to a wiretap on Martin Luther King. So we had to come a long ways, for those of you who followed politics. And why I became from a lawyer to a teacher was because when Robert F. Kennedy was shot, and it came very close to Martin Luther King, I didn't want to become a lawyer anymore, because I believed that I could have made a change and difference. The Camelot I believed in. And so I changed majors when Robert F. Kennedy was shot in California. And I also wanted that dream again that I felt so excited that the Kennedys brought into us, that Martin and Malcolm were talking about. And I still want it. And for those of us who lived in that era, God, it was an inspiring time. And I think it breaks our hearts to see how much we fought for, being slowly dismantled. And yes, we still have a voting rights problem in America. And so today, when we begin, thank you for having get us started, Kevin. And thank you for many others of you who spoke up today. Today, this conversation is about difference, isn't it? You see, a woman said to me in one of my workshops, can you come and help us work on similarities? And I said, I've been working on that my whole life. Not similarities to me, but how to be with you, for you to be comfortable. I'd like us today to realize that we're afraid of difference. I think we celebrate it, but we don't know what to do with it. We don't know what to do with people who are different. Your neighbor, your city is going to change whether you like it or not. This is the first year, for the very first time, that white babies, that there were more babies of color than white babies in the history of this country. It is changing. You can either embrace it or be scared of it. You can either find a secure little neighborhood, or you can open your neighborhood and get to know each other. Last night I was very, very gracious to be able to be at a beautiful home last night. Steve and Karen. And it was a beautiful neighborhood. But what I said to everyone is, would you have felt safe if it was 80% black? Would you have felt it was safe if it was 80% Latino? Or did you only feel safe because it was 100% or 80% white? And it's important to check in with yourself, like, would I be scared? And it's okay to say, I'm scared, and then work from there. Can you hear that? It's okay to say, I'm scared, and then find out where you got the fear from. Remember today, you paired up with somebody you didn't know. You might have looked at them from a distance. And so today, we are going to continue that journey. Not just because I'm talking about it, but because I want you to start meeting someone and start the conversation of, and the question is going to be today is, when did you first discover you were different? How many of you, if you'd be willing to tell me, would you mind sharing, what is the definition of diversity?
The definition of diversity for me, in the context...
Oftentimes people repeat the question so they can think of what to say.
I wasn't doing that. It works better than lots of ums. I would say it's a difference in experiences and a difference in that word that I can't think of right now.
So basically to be able to hear a difference of opinion or a different opinion. And for you, Ray, what is diversity to you? Would you mind standing, Ray? I'm sorry, I would have done that with you too. Would you mind standing? Because I know it's hard to look at someone with their back. Would you mind turning around? Then you only have 2 rows with your backs too. I like this guy.
I'm going to answer, I guess, in a different way. I read these words a while back, and they're very true. You know, they say, it said, I was not born an American, but America was born on my land. You know, indigenous people have accepted peoples from all walks of life, from all parts of the world, because they knew what diversity was. They knew how to welcome people. Now, that didn't turn out so well for them, but they knew it, and they've never forgotten that. So I think it's important to remember that America was born here. It never existed, but these lands have always existed.
God, I can almost write down every word he says. Anybody else want to tell me would you say diversity is for you? Yes.
So I'm just going to say what I first thought when you said, what is diversity? And what came to mind was, how many kinds of birds are there? How many kinds of trees? How many kinds of fish? That there are these things, and they're all diverse from each other. And so that was my thought, was every single little thing may look exactly the same, it may look just a tiny bit different, but it is very diverse.
And by the way, you could have 5 kids and they're all different. They could both have the same parents and they both look at something totally different, right? So, but it's beautiful to have that, isn't it? So, here we go again. Everybody stand.
Let me again point out that
Not everyone can stand, so those, stand if you can. and also you're still present, sitting. You're going to choose somebody. By the way, I want to share with you, as you can start seeing how I'm trying to catch my language, aren't I? Because I've been so able. I've been so heterosexual. You hear what I'm saying? So all of my language is having to learn. And guess what? I'm willing to do it. It's not like, why do we have to get so complicated? Why do we have to get... Well, that's what it is. I wanted people to learn Lay Manoir. And so if I want people to learn Lay Manoir and take the time, then I want to be able to honor someone else's difference. And the times they are a-changing, aren't they? And so what I'd like you to do is look around to somebody who's different than you. Interesting question. I was once in a room with 90% white men in the United States Coast Guard, and nobody moved. And then what I said, then I discovered that even though they were both white, one was French, Italian, one was born in Oklahoma, one was born in Kansas, one was older, one was younger. All these differences they didn't even look at because they just assumed they were all the same. So when you look around, it doesn't always have to, what students often do in class, they look for a person of color, you know, and that's really hard in America today because sometimes you only have two. I remember it also when I was working with another company, I said, pair it with you know, gender and everything balanced, and there were only 2 women out of 500. But guess what? They went like this, oh my God, there's only 2 women. But what they had never looked at was that there were only 2. Or as one woman said to me once, I didn't know none of the presidents were women. Because she just took it for granted they were presidents. But she didn't notice she was missing. And I really want to be honest with you is, I was educated and trained to not notice I was missing either. How many of you know what I'm talking about? I was trained and educated that when I went out to look for a birthday card, a Christmas card, a graduation card, a funeral card, to not notice that I was missing on the cards. And when I wrote Hallmark, why aren't there more Asian people on your cards? You know what they said? Who's going to buy them? And I wrote back and I said, all my relatives. And all the ones that are coming. But what I wanted to share was, did you even notice they were missing? So that when we talk about that we're the melting pot, how many colors do we have in that pot that we actually see around us? Look around the room. This is your new try. You're going to meet another new person today. And if you want to get the right person, you better move fast. Ready, begin. Walk toward that person. And when you find your partner, have a seat. When you find your partner, raise your hand if you don't have a partner. Raise your hand if you don't have a partner, and keep it up. Keep it up until you find a partner. Sit down with your partner. Shh. Don't say anything. Sit down with your partner. Good. So everybody sit down with your partner. Raise your hand if you don't have a partner. Is anybody here without a partner? One. Anybody else not without a... Here's some people over here. And we have one other guy. He's coming down. Anybody else not have a partner? Would anybody... Do you have a partner? Is there anybody in a group of 3? Would anybody like to adopt this cute one here? Great. So why don't you sit? Oh, he's way up there. Got to watch out for these cameramen around here. All right. Now, everybody turn and face your partner. Now, of course, you already took the first workshop. Check your partner out. Take a good look at him. Just look at your partner. Don't say anything. Just look at what they're wearing. Just look at what they're wearing. Don't say a word. Shh. Don't say a word. Just look at what they're wearing. Now, I remember the first time I was a teacher, years ago. I was in Hunters Point, a mostly black school, and I wore this. Not this exact one. It's called a Tibetan shirt, because I didn't like to wear ties. I was very rebellious when I was younger. And I walked out into the courtyard, and the first little boy who was black saw me, he went like this. Ha! And I looked at that little boy and I said, not bad, grasshopper. I'll teach you some more moves after school. So pretty soon I was teaching all the kids moves after school. But then when I went to my classroom, I wrote down my every first year teacher does. And then the biggest black kid, 12 years old, he must have been about 5'8". I was only like 5'4". At 5'8" or 10, he was big and he was like almost 180 pounds. And he stood at the doorway like this and he goes, I heard you thought you were tough. And I said, no, really, I didn't say anything like that. And then he goes, well, let's find out. And he ran full speed towards me. And I looked at him like this, like, and that's the martial arts look for fear. And as he was running towards me, he tripped on the first desk and knocked himself out on the file cabinet. And I went, oh my God, are you okay? And he goes, oh. I said, what's your name? He goes, Tom. I said, Tom, let me get the nurse. He goes, no, no, no. Don't tell anybody I tripped. Tell him you flipped me. And I looked at him and I said, yeah, I think I could do that. So I got around the whole school that Bruce Lee's brother was in the school. Now, for a while, it was fun and it was funny. But then I started to realize that that's all they saw me as. Just martial arts and doing this. But they didn't see the rest of me. And what I started to then understand is that no matter how positive the stereotype is, it doesn't see you. So whether positive or negative, it doesn't fully see who you are. And that we make assumptions every day by looking at people, don't we? I know that when you've looked at your partner, whether you say it or not, you've made some assumptions about them. Some people might go, what if I say it? Well, the truth of it is, they can already see it in your eyes. Can you ever see in people's eyes when they're holding back what they want to say? Like, kind of goes like this. I love everybody. I don't see color. I don't see gender. And I often say, are you blind or deaf? Or both? Like somebody once said to me, I don't see color. And so I've learned all these things to say, but then I finally learned a new one is, what happens if you did see color? Isn't that a good one? And then they say, well, you'd be hurt. And I'd say, well, I am Chinese. He is black. He is Latino. I am gay. I am older. I am younger. What's wrong to see a person as you see them? And today what I want you to practice on going is what I see, but also your assumptions that go with it. Can you hear that? So when they looked at me, or whatever, he must be doing martial arts. Or maybe my good friend over here who I met today, it might be ooh, he's got a lot of hair. And he might go, I'm scared. I'm nervous. Is he a musician? All these things. And guess what? So you could say, my assumption is you must be a musician, you must be wild, or whatever, a soccer player, all these things. And then you can go, is it true? And he could go, no. I got a crew cut underneath this. No. But underneath, he could say, where'd you get that from? And so you could talk about it. Can you hear that? So you finally get those assumptions out. I want to do this in Ferguson where the white police officers face with a black young man and go, there are assumptions of them. And vice versa. But also to hear why young black men are afraid of the police. So it's not just, I'm not like that, but their experiences with them. How many have ever been betrayed? Been betrayed. How many of you have ever had that person come and say, hey, forgive me, I won't do it again? And then they do it again. And then you decide, that's it, 2's enough. Or maybe you're one of those people that stays in it. But that's what betrayal is. And if it happens to you enough, you don't have anything to do with the person. I think that's what racism and sexism and homophobia is about. You have enough experiences, and after a while, you don't trust that a person wants to see you, fully you. And so I strongly believe it's really important for you to hear the person going is, when I hear you say that, it reminds me of 1,000 other times I've had people say that to me. Then you get to hear the impact. Can you hear that? Intended impact. You may have good intentions, but your impact is, it hurts. And it's important to find it out. You're not going to die if you tell the person tells you, what you said was painful, but then ask them, tell me what has happened. Tell me what I said and why it's painful. Which I think is what Kevin's also talking about, isn't he? That when people have disabilities, what kind of stereotypes that we pile onto them daily. Or when that Donald Trump was talking about that one woman who is deaf, and he said she's a retard. And that's exactly the name that we give people. And that's what he's talking about is, do you see me? Just because I can't hear, just because I have a disability, doesn't mean that you could pile on that I'm not intelligent, I'm uncivilized, I can't hear, I'm invisible. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I've lost all my senses, that I don't have something valuable to say. So all of that is what we carry in our heads, and we need to talk about with each other. So what I'd like you to do is this. I want you to tell your partner when you look at them, and you can make all sorts of assumptions, okay? So you can look at Ray and say, when I see your necklace, I wonder if you're just one cool dude who is just a philosopher from the mountains, okay? And he'd go, well, yes, I am. No, or he could say, I wear these because I got them from someone. And the same thing, he'll look at your necklace, and he could make an assumption about you. All these could be operated. The only way you can break assumptions is to check them out. It could be true. And you could talk to them, where did it come from, All right, to turn to your partner, take a breath. You're going to live through this. And the person is going to begin, will be the elder in your group, will start off with one assumption they made about you, and then they're going to check out to see if it's true. Okay? All right. Ready? Begin. take 1 more minute. 1 more minute. Okay, so how many of you that your assumptions were right? How many of you, some of them are right? How many of you were afraid to tell people your assumptions? How many of you were afraid to hear their assumptions of you? Yeah. How many of you believe that assumptions can sometimes affect whether or not you get hired? How many of you believe that sometimes assumptions can have people think that you're not smart, that you're not trustworthy, educated? Yeah. So until we check our assumptions out, they operate. And until we start modeling for our children to check out our assumptions. There's an exercise that I do that, unfortunately I don't have 2 chairs up here, but I sit pretending that I'm in a theater with my children. And a black man walks up and he sits next to me. And then I take my belongings and push it over here. And then I turn my seat and move as far away as I can. And that's exactly what my father did. I learned about racism without him saying a single word. I watched my father, when black people came into his restaurant, make them wait up to an hour to eat. And perhaps the worst one that I saw my father do is when they came in, he spit in their food and put pepper so they wouldn't stay. Until finally the black folks got the hint and only did takeout. How did he come to that place? Because white folks told my father, I'm so glad you don't have those folks in your restaurant. And that's how he slowly learned it. How did I learn it as a child? Oh, Manoir, I'm so glad to have you, your sisters and brothers in here, not like those other kids here. And he looked right up, she looked right up at the black students. You see, and sometimes it was, why can't those people be like your people? Why can't blacks be more like Asians? And that was slowly another way of saying, let me use you to put another group down. And then the drift or the huge gap of distrust between blacks and Asians. Or as one black man said to me in the middle of my workshop, we fought for the civil rights and you got all the prizes. We fought for affirmative action and white women are the #1 benefactors of affirmative action. How many of you know exactly what I'm talking about? Raise your hand. And what that does to divide us. There is no competition for pain. There is no competition for who's more unjustly. And that's what we end up doing, isn't it? How come we don't bring up disabilities and we only bring up racism? We fight each other. Rather than why aren't we taking care of each other?
My experience is when you have a bunch of people with different disabilities, almost always there's an unspoken people are thinking about who has it worse.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And even with the Asian community, American-born, immigrant-born, suburban neighborhoods, Chinatown, we all end up not learning to work together, and that's what happens when you have very little resources. In your communities, you need to start looking at that and what it does to people who have less, is forcing them to fight each other for such little things. So now I'd like you to look up at the screen. Virginia Satir, a very famous therapist, said, "What we do not understand, we make up." That's called the Donald Trump newest saying. Now, poor Donald, he's getting all of my jokes lately. I remember somebody once said to me, "Wenhua, what are the people in China doing today?" And I said, "I'm not Sarah Palin, I can't see that far." All right, enough of my commentary. All right. And this one's called Differences Exercise. It is, when did you first notice you were different? How did that affect you? And how does it affect you today? Can you hear that? As a woman, gay, trans, Latino, older, younger. But even if you put in older, younger, put in your ethnicity, your gender and your age when people look at you, because it all changes, doesn't it? And that's why today, when I was talking about the young child, is it will change for that child. Sadly so, won't it? And that's why I wanted to embellish it into your minds. Why is that child so beautiful at this age and dangerous to you later on? Turn to your partner. And the person who will begin this time will be the person who has the most jewelry on. This guy's saying, "I don't have any jewelry." Okay. And you will answer, when did you first notice you were different as a Latina, younger, as a woman, okay? How did it affect you and how does it affect you today? Ready, begin. You get 5 minutes. Oh, everybody, only one person's talking, and then I'll ring the bell and we'll switch, okay? Do not both answer the question. The other person is simply listening and not saying a single thing, just listening while the person answers these questions, okay? Good. Ready, begin.
While they're doing this exercise, everybody, I thought I'd drop in, just say hello. We are watching the From Privilege to Promise Symposium, brought to you by Mind and Soul Symposium. I'm sorry, I got that wrong, by the Mind and Soul Symposium. Let me put up the card. Read it. Beautiful card by Laura. There we go. From Privilege to Promise by the Mind and Soul Symposium. Thank you, Mickey. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, everybody at the church, for helping us bring this to you. It takes volunteers to make this happen. Corporate media wouldn't be here. This is not the kind of event that's going to give them ratings. Donald isn't here. And we're talking about healing, unity, race relations, ending divisions. Those things are not the things of ratings for corporate media. Remind everybody that we have the slideshow tomorrow. And that is at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. We will be going over the events of the last week and talking about a lot of other stuff. It's the slides that make the difference. Go to tss.politicalrevolution.tv and then slides.politicalrevolution.tv. You can see the slides we're working on for this week. You can comment on them. That's what those two links are for. And I'm trying to get you all to participate during the week, and then I have to remember to go look at what you have to say, talk about it in social. That's the whole idea there. It's about the conversation. We're not trying to have a one-way broadcast. That's old school. That's the way the traditional networks do it. Here we like to have a conversation because it's the web. Just like this. Lee Moonwa's examples are about bringing different people together to have conversations and learn about their diversities and get over their fears or their, the things that we've been indoctrinated with. We're not even aware of. It's amazing how many there are. Certainly for me, growing up as a privileged white boy in good old USA, Littleton, Colorado. I'll definitely say that. How you doing, Laura? How's everybody in chat? I see your thumbs up there. Don't want to talk to me, that's fine. Freezing.
Freaking mute.
Oh wow, there you are. I bet everybody heard you there come through my monitor screen. That was hilarious. I just want to know, you guys, that on the screen, that was like from an old 60s movie. That was a giant fly that walked across the webcam right there. So that's going to be quite interesting to see. I'm in the garage. We're out in an orchard. There's flies. What can I say? Anyway, well, I'm sorry. All right, Laura's posting links to slides and comments. Do you want me to turn your audio on? You want to talk to everybody or no? No? All right, she doesn't want to talk to you. She's talking to you guys in chat. That's what Laura's there for. She's a comment moderator working today. So thank y'all for being there. All right, Melissa H. is getting out of there, huh? Get home. Thank you for being here, Melissa. Thank you, everybody. We've got about 5 minutes of this exercise, and we're about halfway through right now, and we'll cut back after this, a short break, and then we go to the breakout sessions where we will, we've got Bill Ellis doing a presentation, we've got Dan Benavidez, Mike Butler, and there are 2 other presentations we're not going to be able to capture. Hopefully somebody else will get that footage and we'll be able to bring that to you in another event down the road. I want to get Eric and Mickey with us and bring them in and run the canned footage that we have. They're going to get interviews, I hope, with Lee Moon-Wah and Red Feather Woman and everybody else that's speaking at this event. And we'll bring that together for you in a special presentation, maybe of the slideshow. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Take 1 more minute.
One more minute. There's the 1 more minute mark. Cut back to this full screen. Lyle, yes, I have pets. And yeah, I'm a lot more relaxed being here, just to answer your question.
Okay, so as we did earlier, I would like you now to look back at your partner. And by the way, I'd like to propose to you, every time someone says something to you, especially if it's a story or they're traumatized, after they talk, don't rush in to say something. Try learning to do this. Just pause and taking in what they said, feeling what they said. As a therapist, sometimes I can go a whole session simply by doing this. Aha. That'll be $50 more. No, I'm just kidding. They don't even give you a full hour. They just give you 50 minutes. All right. Okay, it's good to laugh at your own profession. Okay, so look back at your partner and think of 2 or 3 things that they said that was important to them. Can you hear that? Not what was important to you, but what was important to them. And then what you're going to do is, you're going to learn to use the questions that you learned earlier, which is, what I heard you say was use their first name and say, you know, I was moved or I was touched when you talked about. And you'd be amazed if you get the right one, they'll just keep on talking. And if you find out your partner keeps on talking, you should consider being a therapist someday. You're doing really good. Now, being a good listener is not doing this. You think you had it bad. Let me tell you what happened to me. That is not a good listener. How many have ever heard that one? Yes. And then you sit there listening to them. So really trying to give you some good ones. Now, the other one is sometimes tell me more. What angered you? What hurt you? Now, I do not believe that anger is a primary emotion. I think hurt is. When hurt is unacknowledged or invalidated, it becomes anger. So really the work of this country is learning how to hear the hurt, to value it, to be curious about it. And this is the one that I taught mediators all over the world, around the world, was the past tense question, which is, what's familiar about this? In other words, I do not believe in conflict resolution. I believe in conflict facilitation. And the reason why is, I think when people start telling you their issues, it's just the tip of the iceberg. This is not the first time. And so when you start to ask, how did that affect you way back then? How does it affect you now? That's how you go deeper into how the past affects you. I can definitely tell you when Ray was talking about the American Indians and about their diversity to welcome everyone. Well, they also have all these stories of how they were killed, feet cut off, when they tried to speak their language in their schools, of the white people's schools, how their mouths were filled with soap, how they were beaten to speak their own language. And so they have a trail of tears. So what's familiar to them and how that affected them and how it affects them today, it means that it'll take a lot for them to trust again. But first you have to hear the tears. Can you hear that? I remember a black parent came in to a white teacher and said, "You are not going to teach my child." And the white teacher said, "But I'm a good teacher and I love kids and I work with all different kids." And she said, "No." And then finally I worked with the white teacher to ask the black mother, "Tell me what happened, why you don't." And the mother told her a story of what she went through as a child with white teachers. And then this is what the white teacher said after she heard the story. "Now I don't blame you. No wonder you don't want a white teacher to teach your child." And she had tears in her eyes. And then the black mother looked at her and said, "Now you can teach my child." Do you see that? Now you can teach my child because you understand what it has taken for my child to get here. Not like any other child. And I think we have to hear the stories, don't we? You could hear it in Ray's voice, couldn't you? The deep sorrow that he carried as he said that. And so you need to sit with the sorrow and the hurt. Become a good witness to someone else's story. And if you do, you become a part of their story, not an obstacle or a wall. Ready, begin.
I just wanted to jump in really quick. I'm watching you guys talk in chat. And obviously, we're in what I believe is the last exercise here. This should be the end of Lee Mun-Hwa's presentation as we move on into the breakout sessions. And, yeah, you guys. First of all, before I go on answering people in chat, those of you that find this event and are watching this here on politicalrevolution.tv know that there is another version of it that doesn't include the lower third or me yammering on about anybody in chat. It's just a clean version of this live stream, and we'll get the link to that pushed out. Everybody, it's on the secondary politicalrevolution.tv channel. That's how we bounce signals across the cloud to get them to you.
One more minute.
And,
1 more minute.
All right, there's your 1 minute call. So yeah, just wanted to say that. In answer to your question, you guys, Tim Black, much respect, much love. Early on in the Bernie adventure, a bunch of the overeager Bernie supporters really upset Tim, and we kind of made it clear to leave him alone, and we've left him alone, and we wish him all the best. And I don't even know if he knows who we are anymore, but I hear he's doing good things, and you guys are always referencing his material, and you want to ask him. I'd love to talk with Tim again. Let him know that we don't have the overeager volunteers anymore. So that's all. More importantly, on this conference, I had no idea what we were to expect. I'd never heard of Lee Mun-Hwa or most of the other individuals speaking. I know some of them because I brought them on our show, but Red Feather Woman hadn't heard of. It was amazing. Lee Mun-Hwa, this whole day has been just incredible. I am honored that we're able to have this, to stream this, and I encourage everybody to take this footage and use it.
As you can tell, this is my newest practicing Buddhist intern. What Tony doesn't know is that we're going to shave his head just after dinner. Let's give him a hand. Okay. So how many of you thought your partner was a good listener? Good. Now turn around and tell them why you thought they were a good listener and what did they do to give you that feeling. Ready, begin. Take one more minute.
Right on.
Okay, now, if you were the listener, tell your partner what you appreciated and were touched by their story. Ready, begin.
Thank you for being with us, everybody. We're just waiting for Lee Moonwa to finish up this particular exercise as part of his afternoon workshop. And then there will be a short break while we move to the breakout sessions, and we will be back with the live stream.
Okay, so now switch seats with your partner. Sit in their seat, you sit in their seat. Okay. It's kind of like that old saying, you know, walking in someone else's moccasins. But now you get to see what it feels like to have to share your story, okay? So once again, look at the screen, and you are going to answer these questions. When did you first notice you were different? Ready, begin.
I believe I was probably about 2 or 3 when I first noticed that I was different. My siblings are all redhead, very light skin, freckles, and I'm really dark women. And maybe it was.
I just want to remind everybody as we listen to them or watch them go through this exercise that you can do the same at home. You can have your family sit down with you and watch this and listen to it and do it. Invite friends over. I know it sounds weird, scary, but when we're faced with our survival, when our planet's threatened, we have an oppressive regime that has destroyed basic freedoms and civil liberties around the world. We must connect. We have to connect. We have to get to know each other again and remember that the power of the people lies when the people connect and are communicating with each other and agree with each other on how to move forward. We have a very small group of people making all of those decisions right now. Events like this help us break free of those fears, those silos, and bring us back together as a species for the sake of our own survival. I think that's a great idea. Do this with your roommates. Dank. You could do this online. You could do this with Hangouts. You could do this in a number of different ways. Honestly. That was the whole point of engagement broadcasting, was to facilitate some kind of a global conversation. And this is a great way to really get to know somebody and break down barriers. It's a really nice process that Mr. Wah has created here. Remind everybody, tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, join us for the slideshow. Laura's been making amazing slides. We're talking about current events. The news that isn't covered by mainstream media, or at least the parts of it that they don't talk about. And we need your help in sharing that content. The more we reach, the more potential we have to reach others that are not informed.
Okay, now look back at your partner. And you get to remember one thing you heard them say to get them to go deeper. Ready, begin. How's it going? Take one more minute. Okay. So once again, how many of you appreciated getting to know your partner? Better say that, huh? So I would like to ask you this. Earlier I asked you I asked some folks, what was the definition of diversity? A lot of it had to do with respecting differences, etc. Please raise your hand that when you discovered you were different, it was a loving, nurturing experience. Now take a good look, everyone. One person raised their hand. Two. When I was taking my family therapy class, the teacher said this: how many of you, when you were growing up, experienced the peaceful resolution of conflict in your family on a daily basis? And no one raised their hands. And one person said, my parents never argued, but they divorced when we were 12. And what did I learn about conflict? When my parents would fight behind doors. And I never saw my mother scream at my dad, but she would come downstairs on Sunday morning knowing he was sleeping, and she would slam every shelf door. And that's the only way my father knew she was pissed, and he never came out of that room. But I learned that anger wasn't a good thing, and I never got to see it. And I think that there's something about differences. The reason why I said to you is that I think that we celebrate differences, but we don't practice it. And this is, I hope that what you got today is when you learn someone's differences, and you learn that people are still struggling, that it wasn't okay to be who they were. and how it affected them. And we were just talking about that with another couple over here earlier. When I discovered that I was different, I was ashamed. When I discovered that my accent was not American, I remembered it really well that my father had a Chinese accent, and my younger brother was on the bed jumping up and down, and he was facing me, and I was facing the door. We were only like 8 years old. And my brother started imitating my father's accent, only very disrespectfully. And as we were jumping up and down, I thought it was funny. I didn't know. And then I saw my father come to the doorway. And he didn't say a word. I don't think he even knew that his accent wasn't beautiful. That his children would someday be ashamed of his beautiful Cantonese accent. He never said a word. And I never forgot the look on his face. That is why when I taught, or when I do this work, and someone has a beautiful accent, I say, what a beautiful accent. Everybody, raise your hand if you think it's so beautiful. So they get to hear the words. As a woman said to me who lived in Nigeria, look at me. I am a beautiful black flower. And I had never heard that of a black person in this country. I am a beautiful black flower. And our long history has said just the opposite, hasn't it? And how at any given moment you could change the way someone sees themselves. I think it's sad that we think that only French and Australian and English accents are beautiful. I think all of the way we share and talk about ourselves and express ourselves is beautiful. I remember an Indian woman when the chancellor of the college and her child who came to the college was molested. And she was very upset. And the president of the college said, we are doing everything we can. And of course, I knew he didn't. And the woman from India, the mother from India said, you do know you are talking with two tongues. And I thought, perfect. And I looked at the president and I said, pay attention. Because some part of you lied to her. And either you own up to it and take responsibility that in fact you haven't followed up. And that's what I wanted to say to Delta. I wanted to say to Southwest Airlines. Don't just follow up and give someone air miles. Tell the country you did something wrong. Have the people who did that stand up and say, it was racist what I said. Don't fire them. Teach them so they could teach others. And along the way, I want to say to Delta and Southwest, pilots do not have the power to kick people off planes just because of what they wear and how they sound and how they look. And the airline people who are in that plane need to say something, not just watch it. We all do. I want to have you turn to your partner and now thank them in any way you want. Ready, begin. You're such a touchy-feely group. So now what I'd like you to do, I think, Carmen, where are you? Carmen wanted to share something. And I want to tell you that tonight I'm going to be showing my film, and she's going to announce what we're going to do next. And tonight I'm going to be showing my film, Last Chance for Eden. Let's give a big hand for all the folks who've worked so hard to put this together. And I wish to thank all of you. I remembered Mother Teresa said once, toward the end of her life, perhaps we have no peace is because we have forgotten that we belong to each other. And we surely do. Thank you.
So let's continue the good work. So I'm going to read to you some sessions that are going to happen so we know what's happening in our own backyard. Mike Butler and Dan Benavides will be talking to you about the Belonging Revolution, and they're in the chapel room. The Multicultural Action Committee, which is Glenda Robinson, Sam Safey, and I'll be helping a little bit. We're going to be talking about growing an inclusive community in the fireside room. Bill Ellis and Les Smith are going to be talking about healing prejudice. And then Bill and Les will be in room 11. Jessica Goldberg, Adeline, and if I mess up the name, I'm really sorry. They're going to be talking about restorative justice in room 9, okay? There's also a community dinner, so please enjoy that. And then at 6 o'clock, we're going to start Last Chance for Eden. And then we'll have a conversation after that. And there's some folks that have some tags that say, Ask Me. There's one standing up, Marianne standing up. So if you can't find the room, there's other folks waving, ask them. And the meal is in the fellowship hall if you go straight down this hallway towards the end, okay? So let's continue the good work. Okay, where are we at? Down the hall. Find one of the people that says, Ask Me. Thank you.
All right, everybody, we're going to break here. I'm sure Mickey's going to have to move the camera to go grab the live stream event that we're going to bring you. Should be Bill Ellis and Les. I didn't catch his last name. I'm sorry. I'll pull up the program and we'll talk about that in a minute when they get set. And they're talking about healing prejudice. And then we'll go to get that one. We're also going to capture Dan Benavides, Mike Butler, talking about the Belonging Revolution. And so we'll have that to play later on. We'll run that as a separate clip. I've had Mike and Dan on the newsroom and on various programs before, and they're just amazing guys with what they're doing with healing community, bringing together community. I love this because this is what we need to do more than anything else in America right now. Is we need to bridge divides. We need to heal as a nation, as a people. Forget the government. Forget Dems and Republicans. We need to heal as human beings and come together to save our planet. And, so events like this help us do that. And anyway, be right back with you. I'm going to put on an overlay here. We're going to just look at our revolution hashtag, and I'm going to kill audio while I get on the phone and talk to Mickey about where we're going next. Be right back with you. Hopefully it won't take more than 10 or 15 minutes. Thanks for being here on politicalrevolution.tv. All right, everybody, we're back. And this is the beginning of Bill Ellis's presentation with Les Smith, whose last name is, on healing prejudice. And it looks like we just got an interruption in stream. One moment, and get that restarted.
black and white. I got the idea for the questionnaire that you just filled out from this book by Bill Drake. It's called Almost Hereditary, A White Southerner's Journey Out of Racism. I've spoken with this author. This is an autographed copy of his book. I've got another one at home. And he's got questions for book clubs if they want to read his book and talk about it. So his questions would just go on and on and on, but I took 10 of those questions in this survey about the early part of this year. And I asked people to answer these 10 questions. And I boiled those down to 3 for you. And so after Les introduces himself, we're going to go through those questions because I think they're very significant. So Les.
Thank you, Bill. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, like Bill, we are very similar in a number of ways. He's the tall white guy, I'm the short black guy. Other than that, I too was born in the segregated South in the state of Tennessee, a little further down the map than Bill was. And I got to know white people a lot earlier than he did. We had segregated schools. Everything in the whole city was segregated. We moved to New Jersey, my family and I did not have a nanny. But I did have 2 wonderful parents, grandparents, extended family, which were very nourishing. And I had a pretty good childhood, a very good childhood, as a matter of fact, despite the circumstances in which we found ourselves. My family, my mother and I and my dad moved to New Jersey when I was 11 years old. That was a stark revelation because a lot of first things happened when I moved to New Jersey. It was the first time I ever had a white classmate, the first time I ever had a white friend, the first time I ever knew a Jew. It's the first time I ever rode the front of the bus. So all of these things were quite different for me. And I adjusted pretty well to that. And so after I finished high school in New Jersey and came to Colorado to go to CU in Boulder. And after I graduated, I went to work for the university while I was going to school. And after I graduated, I taught school in Boulder Valley schools and in the Denver public schools. And after several years, I resigned and went to work for the public service company in Colorado, which is now known as Excel Energy. And I worked there, have provided positions, worked there for 30 years, and retired in 2003. So you've heard a lot of people talk, well, you've heard one in particular talk today, and we wanted to get you to do a little talking and to hear your thoughts, because after all, it's supposed to be an interactive symposium. And not only what's being said to you, we want to hear you and your voices and what you think. And so on this first question here says, what are the sources of prejudice? And a number of things are listed as, we said, parents and friends and religion and political ideology, fear, ignorance. And then there's the word other. And I wonder, did anyone write anything in? Please.
Media.
Media, very good. Yes. Schools. Schools, good. Right, anything else?
The church.
The church, all right. Very good. Yes, sir.
Economic competition.
Economic competition, all right. Very good. Yeah, I thought about that too under other. I thought the news media, newspapers, movies, magazines, all of those things present images to us that can affect the way we think about other people. And yes?
I was just thinking, you know, I circled everything except it's in our DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Because I thought, I know that can't be true.
You're not just born that way.
No.
No, okay. No.
Well, I disagree, simply because there was a study recently done about the Holocaust victims that had a protein attached to their, I think it was the mitochondria, and that carried down 7 generations, that actual protein, and it's just now the children that are being born in this day and age that are not, that do not have that protein within the chromosome.
For prejudice?
Yeah, it has to do with the fear. So if you're a Jewish national that was held in a prison camp, you're going to have a fear of
This protein sort of spurs that. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's interesting. I heard that. One of the things that I had heard over the course of training and classes that I've taken and given is that soon after we were born, there are tapes, and maybe today we would say DVDs or CDs, that are started in our brain, in our head, and they start recording everything that we see, we hear, the environment around us, and the people we know, the situations that we're in. And as we grow and go out into the world and become older, and we see those situations again that take place, so we react to those situations based on what we have learned. And so the question now is, how can we unlearn it? Give you a short exercise. We don't have a blank piece of paper. You have enough room, I think, on the bottom right hand here. And I want you to number, this is very quick. It's not to embarrass you, indict you, or anything like that. I want you to number from 1 to 12. Just write down on that blank side of the paper, just number 1 to 12. And what I'm going to do is just say some words very quickly. And I want you to write the first thing that comes to your mind. Not necessarily what you believe, but the word that you associate with that other word. Okay? And as soon as you're ready, we'll start. Okay, we're all set? Okay. Starting, we're numbering 1 to 12 down the right side of the paper. Or anywhere on there that you have a blank space.
We need some hints of this.
Oh. How's that?
You would.
I don't.
Everybody, we've lost signal at the moment. I'm waiting for it to kick back in. Looks like it might have just kicked back in. So give me 2 seconds and we should be buffering. The revolution will definitely be buffered, if nothing else.
Or anywhere on there that you have a blank space.
We need some hints of this.
Oh. How's that?
You would.
I don't. Or anywhere on there that you have a blank space.
We need some hints of this.
Oh.
Nope. It's definitely not just a buffer. I'm sorry, everybody. We're trying to see what's going on here. I am reaching out to Mickey right now in control, and we'll see if we can't get this fixed. Typical. It's the internet. All right, everybody. I apologize for the delay and the fact that we're not going to be able to continue this broadcast right now. Little miscommunication with volunteers, as can often happen, and I have no way to communicate with the one that's on the ground with the LiveView Solo, which is currently not giving us a signal. I think it's in an area that has a cell blackout on it, and that can happen in pockets of old buildings or churches or basements and places. And we need that 4G cell service in order to broadcast our upstream, even with the Solo, because it's basically just a bonded double cell unit on that. So we're not getting an upstream from that. The good news is all of this is being recorded on an SD card. So we'll be able to take all this footage, edit it out, and bring you the rest of this presentation, as well as Dan and Mike's presentation, I believe. Got to get in touch with Mickey and Eric on that, but I'm not able to do that right now. So thank you all for being here. We had an amazing presentation with Lee Moonwa at the beginning, and Red Feather Woman to open the ceremonies here. And we will see you tomorrow for the slideshow, and hopefully next week with some new stories. Yeah, new slides. The slideshow. It looks like it's kicked back in. Do I even want to try? Keeps bouncing. Hang on. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, it's running right now. Nope, that was me. See, this is what happens with YouTube. It clicks into a leader and then it just goes right to buffer. So we don't have it. I'm sorry. Again, we'll bring this all to you, some of it hopefully tomorrow, and then the rest of the week I'll be cutting clips. So thank you all for being here. Go, Lee Moonwa. Just look him up. Google him. Look at his stuff. Stir Fry Seminars. I was really blown away by what he did today. That was impressive stuff. Thank you all for being here and supporting us, everybody. Live Solo is what we use to upstream, and it's been a phenomenal piece of technology for us. Reader-supported news, want to thank them for providing us some credibility in the press world, and Switchboard Live for allowing us to multi-point distribute everywhere like we're doing right now. Want to help us out, keep the lights on, patreon.com/John Ellis. See you guys tomorrow as our revolution continues on Political Revolution TV.